And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 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 You the bass guitar. Simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Drive me around in your red Ford. Shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 oh. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Holding.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna try, but
two's a crowd. Freeze a party, come move around like the first rush when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Slide a dial, lay low, hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Yeah, it won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Slide a dial, lay low, hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with this steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. Самолет несет меня, будто в кулаке зажав великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Самолет несет меня, большой стальной великан. В иллюминаторе земля. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me keeps calling me, so I'm calling you. Lord, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology.
Baby, it's whatever. All this ever about you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your body got disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of here, I'm out of here. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of here, I'm out of here. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away, do you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Ladies and gentlemen, FIFA and soccer fans from Southern California and around the world, welcome back to the SoCal FIFA 23 tournament presented by Coca-Cola and McDonald's. I'm your host, Dan Campion, and I am joined today, yet again, by my co-host, Lisa Manley. Lisa, say hello to the people at home yet again.
Yeah, hello everyone. I am beyond happy to be casted alongside Danny again today, and even happier to officially start day number 3 of the group stages. Danny, can you believe? I mean, we already are on day 3. I mean, crazy, right?
Yeah. Nah, it's crazy, Lisa. It's gone so quick, but at the same time, it feels like we've ran a marathon, right? With all the drama and action we've seen in the first 2 days, from upsets to demolitions to advancing purely as well because of higher goal difference. It's had everything so far, and there's still plenty to come.
Yeah, exactly. To be honest, Danny, I am anxious and both excited to see what today's matches brings us, because if it was like yesterday, wow, we're gonna need some popcorn.
Absolutely. Same here. After the craziest of yesterday's matchups and Tuesday's group stages, we have yet again another incredible night ahead of us today, Lisa. Listen, it's going to be absolutely amazing. I hope you guys at home are going to enjoy it. I know you will. If the first 2 days are anything to go by, it is going to be incredible. I almost want to place some virtual brags on whether today's group stages are going to be as intense and filled with drama, Lisa. But speaking of brags, of course, for those of you who are returning spectators, you know what's coming, all right? Joining us today, allow us to share a little secret with you guys, okay? While our SoCal college gamers compete for incredible prizes, Lisa, let me just tell you about the prizes that they're playing for right now, okay? First place, tournament champion, $1,000, Lisa. All right, absolutely incredible prizes there. $500 to second place and $250 to third and fourth places. You guys at home as well have just as much at stake throughout the tournament, including tonight. You will have a chance to win prizes worth a total of $3,000. Lisa, $3,000.
Wow, that's all I've got to say about that. However, let's pause for a moment and give Coca-Cola and McDonald's the love and appreciation they absolutely deserve for sponsoring this event and making it possible. From supporting the efforts of bringing this tournament to life to providing lots and lots of merch for you guys at home. Arch card, McDonald's gift cards for those not familiar with it, t-shirts, hats, power banks, backpacks, wireless chargers, and much, much more.
Yeah, that's right, Lisa. We already have raffled approximately 50 giveaways in the last 2 days and plan on tripling, if not quadrupling that by the end of this week. If you know you won in the last couple of days, be on the lookout for our team who has already started reaching out to all the raffle winners to ensure they receive their giveaways ASAP. And you can easily be one of tonight's winners as well. Here is what you need to do to partake in the action to claim those prizes throughout the night. We will do numerous raffles in the chat where you can win merch prizes. So engage with us throughout the night. Pay close attention to the chat and win. Now, Lisa, speaking about brags, this is where the bragging kicks in, okay? Guys, the second way you can win even higher valued prizes is through the Brag House app. These prizes include a brand new Apple AirPods, power banks, popcorn machines, Lisa, I want the popcorn machine, backpacks, and more. And all you have to do is go to the App Store or Google Play, search and download the Brag House, create an account. And of course, if you were referred by one of the beautiful SoCal ambassadors, don't forget to use the promo code to show some love and place your brags to earn SoCal FIFA 23 tokens to redeem your prizes on the app virtual store. We will have game stat predictions, or as we call them, brags, posted every single day for the coming streams during the tournament for you to place those predictions, climb up the leaderboards, and win some prizes. In fact, you still have some time right now to place some brags on tonight's matches. So hurry up before the matches start, because the brags get locked in then.
Yeah, exactly. And for those of you who are new to Brag House and you're sitting there asking to yourself, what are they talking about? What are brags? Those are great questions, and we will give you a quick rundown now to provide you with a lot of clarity. So listen up.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Absolutely fantastic, Lisa. And here is some of the brags that are already available on the app. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have in groups I and J, how many matches will end with 4+ goals? You can see some of you guys already putting down some brags on there. How many gamers will stick to the same club across their 3 matches? You know, something that we've been keeping a close eye on as well, Lisa. How many games will end in a draw? We've seen a couple of them already as well. And finally, how many times will gamers finish a match without a single goal? There is plenty of more brags as well on the app, so make sure you download the app, have a look around, see what takes your fancy, and place those brags to start jumping up the leaderboards. All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, before we get into the actual action, the actual gameplay, for those that didn't catch the last few streams in the last couple of days, let's do a quick rundown of how this tournament will play. So, we are starting the tournament with 4 consecutive days. We have 4 days of group stages. Yesterday was day 2, and Tuesday being day 1. Each day we will have 4 groups per day with 4 student games per group, all competing in a round-robin style, meaning they will face each other once, totaling 3 matches per gamer. Gamer with the most points at the end of the matches in the group will be advancing to the final bracket. Point system is traditional as ever. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points if you lose. If the top 2 gamers tie at the end of 3 matches, the winner will be determined by the head-to-head result of those 2 gamers in the group. And at the event that the match ended in a tie, which, if you remember, Lisa, I said is very rare. However, we have had it twice now in 2 nights. That game will go to goal difference, which is very, very likely, as we've seen in the first 2 days, Lisa.
Yeah, it's been crazy, hasn't it? But very, very excited. From there, the top 16 gamers of all the group stages will face off against each other in a round of 16, which will take place this Saturday, where each 2 gamers will compete in a 2-legged match, where the gamer with aggregate score, highest score, will be the one advancing to the quarterfinals the next day on Sunday. And the same logic applies from the quarterfinals to the semi-finals and semi-finals to the final. Lastly, we'll have our championship final match on Sunday right after the semi-finals, where the winner of the tournament will be declared.
Absolutely. So, an action-packed week, and some brags are locked in by now by others, and it's still open. So be sure to go to the Brag House app right now and get your brag predictions in. Listen, guys, we're going to go to a quick intermission while we get the first game set up, and we will be right back. Do not go anywhere. The action starts after this.
I told her I wasn't going to do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my cup and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, of my shoulder. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing the weight of you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and we are back with the first game of tonight. And Lisa, I am so excited for this one. It is yet again another couple of teams that we're used to seeing. Barcelona versus PSG this time, Lisa. Give me your thoughts on the team selection yet again.
Yeah, I think it's something that we're going to see over and over. Actually, interesting. I'm pretty sure yesterday we didn't actually see Barca being used once. I mean, maybe correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that was the one day we didn't actually see any Barcelona. But obviously, we saw PSG pretty much every game.
Yeah, absolutely. Barcelona was not used too often, as much as it was in the first day. But however, Lisa, PSG has been an ever-present team that we've been seeing every single night. So, you know, no surprise there with the attack of Neymar, Mbappe, Messi. You know, it's the team everyone's going to want to use, right?
Yeah, I definitely think it is, and I definitely think it gives you an advantage of your opponent. What a great save that was. That's two actually opportunities had now in this game, let's be honest. And I wanted to talk about the brags as well. I think one of the questions, if I'm not wrong, is that let me just pull it up quickly. The questions obviously are how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet? And I wanted to mention, I don't think in the games that we've commentated on over the last 2 days that we've actually had a 0-0.
Big chance here, though, Lee. Sorry to cut in on you. It could be 1-0, and it is! It is! XX Barcelona repping his club. Frankie de Jong breaks the deadlock, and it is 1-0. First blood to Barcelona, Elise. And listen, that was very, very good. Intricate play there. He split the PSG defense into half. Frankie de Jong and Lisa, it comes back to the point that we're seeing a lot of midfielders score goals in these games. You know, these players seem to be playing very high midfielders, and he's in again here. Lisa, he just took his foot off the pedal and maybe just took too long there. Maybe too composed, Lisa.
I wanted to give a little reference there, you know, to the game earlier. If you guys weren't watching, Aston Villa first, Manchester United. Can I just say, we ended up scoring 2 back-to-back goals. It was literally, I think, within 15 seconds, Aston Villa scored, and then we scored, didn't we? So I think it just shows that we can have 2 goals in quick succession. And however, it was almost 2-0 there, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And we're seeing early signs there from Barcelona that he means business in this tournament. Almost 2 quick goals, bang, bang, one after the other. Fortunately for Maro, the second one didn't go in. He was just got a little bit, maybe it came a little bit too soon in the game, Lisa. You know, sometimes when you score a goal, you know, it's just a little bit too early for you to get a chance like that. You know, maybe he was still buzzing for that first goal, and you know, it happens to all of us. It happens to me quite a lot as well. But we're seeing Neymar get in here. He's gone for a dig to the back post. Mbappe at the back post comes in and levels it up. And we're seeing the trademark Mbappe celebration, Lisa. And it's 1-1. And it looks like we are in for yet another goal-scoring night, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. Going from my point that I said earlier before the goal came in, for the question, for the brags, the first one that we saw, it was how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet? And I'm pretty sure throughout the tournament, I don't think we've had a 0-0. I think we've had like a 1-1, like a couple of draws, but it haven't been no goals scored. So I think it's going to be a tough one. And I think throughout the tournament, we know that each player keeps cancelling out each other, don't they? And a potential chance here.
Oh,
great save there.
Very good play,
but we
Lisa.
know how good.
You know, early signs in these games, Lisa. We've been quite good at calling, you know, kind of the higher level players, etc. You know, these 2 players look like they can play FIFA, at least. So this is going to be yet again another tight group, really, and a head-to-head here that you know could determine who tops this group potentially. And you know, we're seeing chances on both sides, and you know, especially Barcelona going forward, he seems to be quite patient. You know, passing it back to his midfielders, up, back, and through kind of play, and he's looking for them runs of Lewandowski through the middle of that PSG back line, and you know. There's goals in this game, Lisa, 100%. I can feel it in the air.
Yeah, exactly. And I wanted to mention, obviously, the name XX Barcelona XX, and it shows, well, I mean, it's quite obvious that he supports Barcelona, right? So I think it's going to mean more to him using the team that he supports, especially if it takes him to victory.
Absolutely. And early signs here that we could be in for an absolute firecracker to start off this day 3 of the SoCal tournament. Brought to you by Coca-Cola and McDonald's, of course. Massive shout out to them for making this possible. And, you know, we've seen some fantastic games and matchups and groups so far as well, Lisa. You know, it's been amazing being a part of this, right?
Yeah, I mean, the level has been so good from the players. Potential chance here. Oh, I mean, we talk about doing the extra pass, but I think in that situation with Messi, do you just whip it? I think you potentially do.
Yeah, absolutely. Big chance there. And again, Lisa, it comes down to the fact of knowing your players as well, right? You know what Lionel Messi with the left foot that he has on him, that whip, he can score from almost anywhere around the box, right? With that left foot.
Yeah, we all know that in foot champs or rivals, whenever you're against Messi, the one thing you do not do is let him on his left foot. And in that situation, it was almost, I don't know, the money signs were ticking, to be honest. Like, that was the perfect opportunity. And what a ball that is. No one is in sight.
Yeah.
Can he pass the ball into Messi there, or is he going to potentially try and cut back to the edge of the
Good
box?
pullback. He's looking for that pass into Messi's feet. Yeah, absolutely. One thing that I am noticing, Lisa, early on in this is that we're not seeing either player really do any skill moves, you know, and in the previous, we see a little ball roll there, maybe in a fake shot. Okay, he's listening. He's listening, Lisa. He's pulling out all the skills now with Dembele. He must be listening to us because I was criticizing him for that. But, you know, in previous rounds, you know, we've seen a lot of skills. We're seeing a lot of five-star skillers being used. You know, especially with Barcelona, they have quite a few of them as well. So it's going to be interesting to see, you know, what the level of player is tonight. Are they going to use the skill moves? You know, the mechanics with we've seen a lot of the power shots as well, at least throughout this tournament. You know, something that we don't really see very often. Let's be honest. But you know, the power shot has been used quite a lot and been used effectively too.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I didn't really expect to see many power shots because I know personally me and most of the people that I play in Rivals or Foot Champs don't really use it. And if they do use it, it's probably once in a blue moon. However, and it seemed to work in this tournament. I'm pretty sure I've seen at least 2-3 goals of players scoring with it. You know, one thing that I am disappointed with, so far we haven't seen anyone use United. And I'm sure no one's used Liverpool, neither for you. So hopefully soon to come. That's all I've got to say because we know that United, you know, they won the group yesterday with them. So just saying.
Yeah, it doesn't look like anyone's really going for him tonight. They mean business tonight, but of course, Biscuitine was the talk of the groups yesterday, you know, coming back from goals down and getting them last-minute winners and equalizers with Man United, of course, as well. Trulis was using Liverpool yesterday as well, which was great to see. But for the most part, we are seeing the kind of generic PSG. You know, Man City is a big one for that. Haaland up front, the lengthy Haaland. Barcelona being used every now and then. But as PSG, Bayern Munich seems to be a ever-present team that's being used as well. And for the right reasons as well, at least. They really do have the most meta players, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think PSG, like you mentioned, has probably got the best all-round team, starting obviously from the defence with Marquinhos, Kimpembe, all the way into the midfield with Sanchez that we've seen get on the scoreboard quite a bit. And then, the front three, you know, it's unstoppable. Oof. Potential red card. Oh, that's a bit lucky, I think, to get a yellow card there.
Lucky. I think if he slide tackled there, it probably would have been. Yeah, I think if he slide tackles, it probably would have been a red card, right? But because it was a pullback, it was, you know, they don't give him as a red. Strangely enough, it's the same sort of foul. Only he just didn't slide tackle. So yeah, maybe a little bit lucky there to get away with that, and also very unlucky as well. For Maro, who was basically clean through with Mbappe and kind of went away unpunished there for Barcelona. So a little bit hard done by there, but that's the game. Sometimes they go for you, sometimes they don't. And again, we're seeing some skill moves there with Rafinha as well. That really OP step over, Lisa. I haven't mastered it yet. I know a few people who I'm friends with have, and they love it. They say it's so effective. Have you kind of delved into the step over to this year? Lewandowski is in. Just as I'm about to ask you a question, Lisa, Lewandowski breaks through the middle. The 60th minute is the time, and it is 2-1 to Barcelona. A big goal in this tie, and a very well taken goal as well, Lisa.
Oof. Little rainbow flick there. Yeah, I think it was a well taken goal, and we talk about using Barcelona. I think the perks obviously of using them is mainly their attack. To be honest with you, I feel like the defense is a little bit too slow. We know how good Araujo is, I think that's how you say it. However, PK is a bit slow. But you know, the perks of using Barcelona is the fact that the big man's up front, and especially with Dembele on the wing, we know how good he is in FIFA, especially he's in form and Ultimate Team. So I think that's the perks of using Barcelona. However, on the flip side, we know how good PSG has been throughout this tournament, so I think a comeback definitely could be on the cards.
Absolutely, and look, 3 goals in this game already as Rafinha tries to break through here, pulls it back, but gets kind of washed out of it by Marquinhos, I believe it was. But again, yeah, at least just going on your point about that Renato Sanchez, I'm still blown away with the fact that he was playing in a cam position at one point, and he was the best player on the pitch, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know, and I said it before, and I feel like with PSG, whenever I play them, I like to have 4 attackers. You know, have sort of Neymar Cam. We know how good he is at playing Cam. especially in a 4-2-3 on Ultimate Team. However, I feel like now we're on this game mode and you can only have players from PSG. There's not really someone that can fulfill that cam role, and I've seen Sanchez being put there, and he's been so good. Oof, potential chance there, and he's been so good, and something that I didn't really expect, especially me personally. When I've used him, I've played him centre mid, CDM at most. He hasn't been any more higher.
Ooh, that was very, very close. But yeah, at least, like, I was very surprised with how good Sanchez was. You know, he scored quite a lot of goals. He was very, very strong, bursting through the defense as well. So, again, something that I'll probably experiment with on Ultimate Team as well, is maybe try him there and see how effective he is. You know, but Lisa, good start to this group. You know, we got a few goals here. It's looking like Barcelona is probably on top here of the two. Even playing with Barcelona against PSG, you know, having that 2-1 lead, and he's looking very, very good going forward. But he could be in trouble here with Lionel Messi. Can he get back onto his left? He can't, and well read there as well by Barcelona. That is an opportunity there, however, for Lionel Messi. You know, we know how good he is with cutting in that left, that it's so hard to stop him, really, because he's so agile. But he defended really, really well. And on the flip side here, Dembele has raced through. Can he finish it off? It's a big save by the man Donnarumma again, Lise. That is something of a talking point that we've been talking about over the course of these 2/3 days, is, you know, the goalkeepers have had a massive part to play in these games.
Yeah, I definitely think throughout the tournament, goalkeepers have been the factor of certain teams or players, you could say, winning the game. And, you know, it might only be one vital save they have, but that's the difference between winning a game or losing a game.
Absolutely, and as we come into the dying embers of this game, it is 2-1 to Barcelona. That is not the team, that is actually our gamer's name. Also, obviously a big Barcelona fan, and we love to see, at least we've seen Ajax being one of the teams there as well. You know, Depresh was repping them because he was doing kind of an experiment on seasons with him. You know, lots of different reasons for these gamers to be choosing these different teams, and it's brilliant to see, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think you've got to use players/teams that you're used to. You know, if you're on an Ultimate Team and you have Neymar and Mbappe in your team, when you go to seasons and when you go to these type of tournaments, depending on what they're on, kickoff or however it may be, I think you need to be using them, and potential chance there, but obviously offside. But yeah, I think you've got to use players that you're used to, or, you know, the team that you support. That will mean more to you if you win a tournament with them, you know. And we talked about it yesterday, who will be our top 3 players to use, /teams who we'd use. And, you know, me and you both said potentially top one's got to be PSG, and then it's got to be Real Madrid /Barca, and then our third one would be our team that we support, which obviously for me is United, and for you is Liverpool.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you got to throw them in there as well. Obviously, it's tough if the team you support doesn't have the best players in the game or has anyone. That's actually a bad tackle. Maybe a little bit of frustration there. The game is probably done. We are 50 seconds over the mark of the 1 minute at a time. And Lisa, a good start to this tournament for XX Barcelona. And Maro he didn't do too bad. I think he's still alive in this tournament. You know, we haven't seen the other two play yet, but I have to say the standard is very high yet again, Lisa. We're going to be treated tonight. I can guarantee you that. Listen, Lisa, a 2-1 win for Barcelona at the perfect start. Not the best of goal difference. And again, we have to talk about, at least. We just have to, because we're being made to, because of the absolute dramas of last night. When the head-to-heads don't come into play, that goal difference is so important.
Yeah, goal difference is definitely important. I think in that game, Maro may feel a little bit hard done by. I think he had the better chances, and I think he just didn't take them. Obviously, we saw a couple with Messi where he tried to go for the pass, but he's on his left foot, so just shoot. Sometimes, you know, if you don't shoot, you're not going to score, right? I mean, it sounds simple, but, you know, there's certain cases where the extra pass is needed. However, when you've got Messi on the strong foot, you just need to just whip it, whether you get a chance to do that. And if you do, because if the goalkeeper saves it, you might get a lucky deflection, right? But if you don't take it at all and the defender blocks it, they're on a counter. And we saw that, a couple of chances early there for Barcelona to go a couple of goals up as well. So I think it was a very close game. I think it could have gone either way. I think it could have potentially ended a draw.
Yeah, I think a draw would have been fair. However, it is Barcelona who came out with the 3 points. Fantastic start to him. 3 points in the bag, plus 1 goal difference. And at least we have to just really quickly just kind of, you know, for any of the gamers that are listening right now, that are competing tonight, just in case they missed it, Lise, all right? The first night we had, of course, Tyler versus Raxanti, right? Now, let's remind them what happened there and the absolute scenes at the end where we had a head-to-head tie for all the marbles. It was Raxanti versus Tyler. Whoever won got through. If it was a draw, they draw their head-to-head. So it essentially comes down to goal difference. Now, Tyler said that he didn't realize that how many goals he was behind or whatever, and he said in the first 2 games when he was winning quite comfortably, he went easy. And that ultimately cost them, Lisa. So for anyone listening, any gamers ready to come and play this tournament tonight, make sure you do your best to score as many goals as possible, because you are not safe even if you win 3 games or 2 games. It is very, very important.
Yeah, it definitely is very important. If you win 2 games and you draw the other game, you got to look at it and think, I need to get as many goals, because if you draw just 1 game, it literally could mean you go out on goal difference, especially if the person you drew to also won 2 games. So, yeah, it's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're straight into the action here. We joined this game quite late, and it is Alex Blackie versus Patrick Starr. We are seeing Alex Blackie with a 2-goal lead going into the last 15 minutes of this game, Lisa. And, looking like it's pretty much a straightforward, comfortable win. We did see a chance there very, very quickly as we came in for Patrick Starr to try and get a goal back. And we might see another chance here with Haaland. What a save, Lisa! You expect Haaland to put them away every single time, and this time Manuel Neuer pops up with the left hand and a strong wrist to deny him. Maybe a chance gone missing there for Patrick Starr, Lisa.
Yeah, I think since we've joined, it shows how good Patrick is, and I think he's getting a bit unlucky, if I'm being honest. However, on the flip side, sometimes FIFA's a game of 2 halves. Sometimes first half you don't play as well, and second half you start to get a bit of momentum going. And I think that's what Patrick's getting at the moment in this half.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0 down, but could easily be 2-2 just since we've joined alone. So it's going to be interesting to see the stats after this. That Patrick definitely looks like he's going for it here. He has a high press on. He's winning the ball high up. He's looking for that little gap, maybe to get a chance to test Manuel Neuer again. But again, Lisa, it comes down to the goalkeepers yet again. What a ball that is from defense to attack here. And it's 3v3. Can he find himself the space to shoot? He does! And he makes him pay. It is Bayern Munich and Alex who has been the more clinical, obviously, in this game. A 3-goal lead, and that looks like the 3 points are going to be wrapped up for Alex, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about being clinical, and we've seen him have 1 shot this half, and he's taken it. So I think that just shows how good he is. Sometimes it doesn't go your way. You start to get a little bit dominated in a game of FIFA, especially in the second half when constant press after possession loss comes into play, and you start to think you're going to lose it. However, he got that 1 opportunity that he needed, and now he's 3-0 up, and that could definitely help towards goal difference at the end if it comes down to it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can't help but feel sorry for Patrick here as well. He had 2 fantastic chances at 2-0 to get back in the game. Even one of those goals, Lisa, and you're kind of thinking the momentum is on his side. We all know how FIFA is, the mentality side of it as well. You could see it in the last couple of minutes. All of a sudden, another goal and it's a draw and it's 3 points wasted. But fortunately for Alex, that didn't happen. And Manuel Neuer, being the wall that he is, decided to keep him out, and against the run of play, goes up, counter-attack, 3v3, Sadio Mane, absolutely lethal in this game. As I said before, Lisa, I loved him. He's one of my favorite players I've used this year, and he makes it pay with the 3rd goal, and it looks like that's going to be enough to get the 3 points, plus 3 goal difference, and the perfect start, really, for Alex here, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. When you can go into a game of FIFA and get 3 goals and not concede, it's very, very impressive. And I think throughout this group, I think he would potentially, from what we've seen so far, be the favourite. Obviously, we haven't seen everyone yet, so we can't jump into conclusion. But there, you can see frustration. A red card, not really necessary, but the frustration of potentially being 3 goals down and maybe potentially having a 2-2. He had loads of opportunities, but he just wasn't able to take them. Same thing happened with the pressure with Ajax.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we always say it, we've said it the last 2 days, clinicalness is so important. You have to be composed. You have to be able to find that little gap to get them shots away. And when you're playing in a tournament of this standard with these incredible gamers, these incredible ability of FIFA players, you have to take your chances. Otherwise, you'll be punished. And it was the perfect example there where Patrick was on top. He had 2 great chances. And then all of a sudden, bang, counter-attack, 3-0, game over. But listen, I want to head to the results of the group stages so far, and just have a look at the teams, or the players rather, that have got through. So already we've seen 8 players go through, Lisa. Raxanti going through with Group A, Gold Links with Group B, and we have Lima Boy with Group C. La Concha went through on D. Digoat went through at Group E, and we had Ninja go through on Group F. Grungy Lime, with the game of the night, right? The group of the night last night, really. And then we had Biscuitine as well. Actually, I don't think it's fair to even say that, Lisa. The two groups, the G and H last night, were down to the wire. They went down to the last game, and we had pure chaos in both of them groups to see who's going to finish top. So it's absolutely fantastic. Obviously, we still have some groups to be determined as well. However, we are into our next group game, and we have Rays 12 as Real Madrid and Jarhead with Bayern Munich, and we're seeing 2 early goals here again, Lisa. You know, it seems to be a theme. You know, is that nerves, do you think?
Yeah, I talk about every time I play in a tournament. You know, I'm really, really nervous until I potentially get that first goal or just settle in and I'm playing well. But normally it takes a good 15 minutes into the game to either get that early goal or just to, get a bit of momentum. You know, whether that be I'm dominating or I'm just keeping the ball a little bit, just trying to work out how they play, and that's important in these games. You've got to try and work out how they play. Are they better at using the wings? If so, stop them from using the wings and kite out. And that's how you beat your opponent, by making them do things they're not comfortable doing, right? And that's what I try to do early into a game of FIFA.
Absolutely. I think that's great advice as well. And another thing that we haven't really spoke about, Lisa, is that, if you're playing this tournament, are you looking at the formation that your opponent is playing also? Like, are you taking a pause? Are you looking at the kind of match facts and seeing what formation they're playing and kind of adjusting your formation to suit, to counter that formation? Or does it matter?
Yeah, I think you can do, depending on the level of the game. You can check to see what formation they are, and if you think it's a formation that is very hard to defend against, potential chance there and a great save from Courtois.
Yeah.
And if it's a formation that is very, very overpowered, sometimes I recommend matching it, because then you can cancel them out. However, if you don't cancel them out, there's a potential chance that you just get overpowered, especially with at the start of the year, the 5-1-2-2. We knew how meta that was. If you can cancel that out and match them, it really does help you out.
Absolutely, and we see the ball spread out to Vinicius Jr. there. Another player who's been very, very relative for these players, Lisa. Vinny Jr. and Benzema coming in clutch for a lot of players who have been using Real Madrid. And, just like Sadio Mane is, as he bursts through the Real Madrid defence here, trying to find some space to get a shot off and ultimately blocked. But, Lisa, we're seeing some end-to-end attack v attack and vibes here, But I've been very impressed, I have to say, in the tournament with the defence. With the level and ability of defending, because this year, I've mentioned a couple of times, it's a lot different, right? It's like manual defending more or less. You have to cover them runs, as we're seeing there from Rays 12. He right switched onto his Alaba to cover that run manually, and that's what's needed this year, really, to be really good at defending, right?
Yeah, I think to be at your next level in the game and be the best that you can, I think you need to learn both ways of switching. Like you mentioned, he switched there early to get onto his defender, which allowed him to win the ball. And if you're not able to do that, one free ball and your opponent's through on goal, right? Sort of like that there,
absolutely.
A great free ball.
Yeah, absolutely. He's covered it well there, and you're right, he is right switching and covering that Sadio Mane run, but it does seem it's only a matter of time before Sadio Mane finds that space. He is getting in behind Jarhead's defence, or Rays 12's defence. Correct me if I'm very sorry about that correction. Rays 12 is Real Madrid. But Lise, again, we're seeing 2 teams that are going to be used a lot, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. Who would be kind of your preferred team? If you had a choice between these 2 teams, who would you use and why?
To be honest with you, I think it would have to be Real Madrid. Mainly since watching this tournament, I think Courtois has been just immense for the players that's been using. And also, me, I like my 5-star skill moves and Vinicius Jr. But potential chance here. Oh, I feel like he's probably not the player you want it to go to. Rodrigo, obviously Vinny better at shooting. However, a chance on goal, potential chance for it to fall back to a player in the box. However, are we going to see a Trivela from the distance?
Ooh, we did. Okay, we see the Trivela attempt there, Lisa, which tells us again you know, gives a little bit of information about the player. He might try it here as well. He doesn't. He goes in with Rodrigo. Rodrigo goes to the far corner, and Neuer again seems to be in form tonight, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I think also, you know, that's why you use the likes of PSG, because I feel like Rodrigo, Vinny, they're not really good at shooting. That's not their perks. I feel like it's the pace and the dribbling that they have. Whereas with PSG, we know Neymar, Messi, and Mbappe are really good at shooting. However, so if you do pass to the right, you're going to have Messi there, and you know that you can just try and finesse on his left foot. And if you go with Neymar, same thing. You know, his 5-star skills. I'm pretty sure either 4 or 5-star weak foot. I'm not too sure on that, but he'll still score for you, especially with the shooting that he's got. So that's the perks of that. However,
got in here, and Benzema does not miss from there, Lisa. He wraps it into the top corner with his left foot, right on the stroke of half-time. A half-time goal, Lisa. We've seen it so many times. So effective, keeping the ball in the last 3 minutes and a half to get that final attack in and the momentum with you. And that is a massive goal for race 12 going into half-time, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I think I thought he was actually going to shoot near post because I felt like it was more open. However, Benzema, we know how good he is in that position. He decides to go for the other side, which it flew into the back of the net. It's interesting, actually. You remember yesterday when we saw players move players up slightly on the pitch. My United player, I can't remember. You have to remind me of his name. However, he switched it so some of his players in the United team were further up. So the striker, he moved them slightly up, and then same with the cam. So he was able to have more outlet going forward, which ultimately made him score the goals that he had, especially very late on in the game.
Yeah, it was Biscuitine who was doing that, and that was an eye-opener for me as well, Lisa. And it's actually something that we ended up kind of catching other players doing as well. Not catching them because they're allowed to do it, but kind of seeing other players use that same sort of technique to move their players into forward positions, to kind of move them either further up the pitch or kind of at a different angle in a false nine. You know, it was actually really, really interesting because I, for one, don't play many season games, really. I used to, not really anymore. You know, it's more Ultimate Team for me, and you can't really do that in Ultimate Team, can you, Lisa?
No, it's definitely not something that you could do. And when I saw it, I was sort of gobsmacked, to be honest with you. I didn't actually know you could do that, and it was very effective when we saw it yesterday from, you know, my amazing player. I can't lie, you know, what else can you expect? But I think maybe Doobie was doing it. I remember that it was the same group that both of them were doing it. So it was Biscuitine, and I think maybe Doobie was doing it. So I know he was very, very close to also going through. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely an eye-opener for me, and I think for you as well with Biscuitine. It just shows that you never give up, right? You know, they were down literally, I'm pretty sure, in every game, if not at least 2 of them, and was able to come back in the dying moments of the game.
Yeah, last-minute winner in the final game to go through, and then they had a last-minute equalizer, which also played a part because it went through but with 1 point, least. So it is extremely important to get, obviously, as many points as you can. That's pretty self-explanatory. But also to never give up as well. If you're that 1 goal down, you know, and you do manage to get a draw instead of a win, that could be the 1 point that is the difference between you getting to the finals and not. And of course, that all-important goal difference also comes into play too, Lise. You know, it's been heartbreak for some people. It's been jubilation for others. But you know, it's an awful way to go out, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. I think it definitely is an awful way to go out. And we saw obviously Doobie come. I think it was Doobie that came in the chat that's, you know, was quite upset with it. But you know, there's been others that have come into the chat and obviously said, you know, congratulations, GG's. And I'm liking the sportsmanship between them, you know. Even if they're out of the competition, they're still coming into the chat every day, supporting and looking at the other competitors. Even Nate last night, we saw him talk to us, or to you even, and he was saying, you know, that he hopes people in his group do well in the finals, and he'll be looking out for them, especially Grungy Lime. He mentioned him and said that he looked really good. So it's going to be interesting in the finals, especially with how good these competitors are.
Yeah, absolutely. And just touching on Nathan last night, you know, talking to him, it was really refreshing to hear him say that while he was playing as well, he was also talking to his opponent, you know, and they ended up adding each other and actually becoming friends. And now they're going to be able to, you know, play some games, help each other's game as well, you know, get better at FIFA. And it really is a credit to Coca-Cola and McDonald's for putting this on and making this all happen, you know, because at the end of the day, we're all lovers of the game. We love FIFA. We love playing it. And, you know, it's given them a platform and an opportunity to earn money, but also, you know, make new memories and create new friendships, Liz.
Yeah, exactly. I actually mentioned it during the game yesterday when we saw the players talking to each other. I said, well, every time they score, they shushing, but it looked like they were having, a laugh, which is what we want to see in these competitions. That's why you take part, to have a bit of fun. I know it's also, competitive, but, it seems like everyone also is having fun, even though they might not make it out of the group, which I think is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely, Lisa. And this game has kind of trickled out since the Benzema goal. Just talking about Benzema, I seen Daniel in the chat saying Benzema should not be as powerful in FIFA as he is in FIFA 23. What's your thoughts on that, Lisa? I mean, he is a Ballon d'Or winner this year.
Oof, he's hit you there, Daniel. I can't lie. However, I do agree. I think, he's shown it in real life that he's very, very good. I do agree. I think with the way the game was made this year in terms of lengthy, I think that's what's made him very, very OP. I feel like he wouldn't have been used if it wasn't for the fact of lengthy being in the game, especially with the pace he's got. I know he's a lot more pacier than the likes of, Suarez, Lewandowski, whoever it may be, but I think he wouldn't be as usable as he would be without lengthy. But he's a very, very great striker, and when he's in and around the box, he's not missing.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lise, again, I mentioned it a couple of times before, but I just want to bring some light to the amount of sign-ups that we got for this tournament. We had incredible amount of people wanted to take part in this event. Over 250 sign-ups, Lisa. Of course, we can only take 64 people in for this tournament. So, unfortunate for those who did miss out, as Vinny hits the post, I believe, or actually Mendy on his right foot, believe it or not. However, guys, if you did miss out on this tournament, do not fret, because we do plan on hosting some more tournaments very, very soon. A little birdie told me, Lisa, that there could be an event, in the near future, So, guys, if you are interested, if this is something you'd want to be a part of and be on the show, involved in these tournaments for a chance to win some great prizes and just take part in it, make sure you are following Braghouse on all socials, guys, to keep up to date on everything Braghouse. Lisa, it looks like this game is probably going to trickle out 2-1. It's been kind of a stalemate since that Benzema goal.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, come on, never say never. We see some late goals yesterday. Come on.
Yeah.
I think there's a potential chance that there's going to be a goal in this game, to be honest with you. I'm going to say it, and it's potentially going to be now, by the way. Maybe Mystic Manly coming in play again. Oh, I mean, almost.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lisa, you're dead right to correct me on that, because the amount of last-minute goals we have seen so far, we might see one right now. Lisa, you could have been right. I could have been calling you Mystic Manly again, because she predicts these things. She really does. She speaks things into existence, and that is a big mistake, and it could be costly here with a chance. Chipo Motang has got in, and Courtois again to the rescue, but this time it's fallen back to Goretzka, and he has, Lisa. It is Mystic Manly again with the prediction. 2-2 in the final minute, and that is going to hurt Ray's 12 very much. He was minutes away from the victory, Lisa, and it's looking like this is going to be a 1-1 draw now, and a big, big goal for Jarhead to pull it back to 2-2, Lisa. You were right, Lisa. You were right. I'll never doubt you again.
I mean, should you doubt me in the first place? Come on. Nah, to be honest with you, that was, I feel like it was coming, to say the least, and I mean, what a game that was that we had there. I also think, by the way, that just saying, that was the best game we've seen so far, especially end to end. And I'm looking forward to see what happens. Can that go to cost him get out of the group? Because a last minute conceding, we know it can do as well.
I mean, it's gut-wrenching, really, because I think he played quite well, and he was quite solid as well throughout that game. And then all of a sudden, the nerves and the panic of being so close to winning the game. We've all been there, and we press the X button to try and get the ball out as quick as possible, because we just don't want to near a goal, and then we end up giving the ball away. It happens so much, Lisa. It happens to me all the time. I want that popcorn machine, Lisa. The popcorn. Every time I get angry, I'm sad. I just want to get a popcorn machine. But anyway, listen. Like I said, I have to go to the chat here as well, Lisa, because our very own Daniel. Actually, we may have another mystic in the chat, Lisa, because he actually called it when Rays missed that chance and hit the post. He said that kick to the post will cost Rays. Listen, We've got two mystics in the chat. Can you two please come up with the lotto numbers and send it to me, and I could do the lotto and become a millionaire, and then we could put on these tournaments all the time, and there'll be popcorn machines for everyone.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, I was actually thinking while you were saying that, I think maybe I'm going to have to go on the app and get some brag points on, because me and Daniel, we seem to be getting everything correct. We could actually get that popcorn machine, or the AirPods that I want. I could probably get you the popcorn machine, me the AirPods, and we're laughing, right? But yeah, I mean, so far it's been a very, very close tournament, and one that I can't really say in my head, I think they're going to win like I did yesterday.
Yeah, do you know what? It's happening every single time. Every group that we're seeing, it really is tight. Like I think there's only been one out and out unbeaten player, right? And I think that was Daigo. Daigo went 3-3 yesterday, and that's the only player I believe. I could be wrong. We may have to look at the games again, but for the most part, these groups have been really, really tight, and it does come down to who could keep their composure, who could take their chances, and who really could see out games. And we spoke about game management before as well, Lisa, and how important it is, not only in real life football / soccer, but in FIFA as well. You talked about changing formations to more defensively. We talked about the 5-back. I know for me, it's the 4-2-3-1, with them 2 CDMs there, so they can just pick up any balls trying to get through to their strikers. And, how important is that, coming into this, would you have your custom tactics set up so as that, to protect the lead, but also to really go for it as well?
Yeah, exactly. I think there's perks to having different things set. Obviously, there's 4 ways you could do it. There's one that's like defensive, ultra defensive, attacking, and ultra attacking. So I think before the game, and obviously you start in balance, and then you can switch to whichever one you want. So I think, like you mentioned, you've got to have an attacking one, which is what you start on, which would be, if, for example, 4-2-2, you'd have getting behind, a step back for your left backs and right backs, and same with CDM and cover centre. But I think, like you mentioned, if you're in a losing position, maybe 1 goal, 2 goal, you go to ultra attacking, and then you make sure that on that you have, maybe constant pressure for 65th, 70th minute. And then you have one that's defensive, which would be maybe a 4-2-3-1. And you'd have, everyone sort of come back on defence. And then the same thing for maybe the ultra defensive, you'd have 5 at the back. However, I actually was just looking on the table where you mentioned people going unbeaten. And we actually had Gold Links, who also won 3 games.
Right.
Pretty sure we had one more as well. I was just looking. I think it was day 2. We also had, obviously, Daigo. And then we had one more. Give me one second. I'm going to find it. Yeah, we also have LV John, who also went 3 out of 3.
Yes. So okay, so I was wrong. I'm a terrible caster. It's okay. It's fine. We already knew this anyway, okay? All right. Listen, but at least for the most part, that's 3 out of 5. The other groups, they've been so close. They really have been truly close, and gone down to tiebreakers and head-to-heads and goal difference. And it's fantastic for us as a neutral, but it must be very nerve-wracking knowing how these groups have gone in the past. If you've been watching and keeping up to date on the groups, which if you're serious about this tournament, I would be searching out, looking out the competition, seeing what I'm going to be going up against if I get through, just to know how to play, what team they how many goals they scored, are they defensive, because that's the difference, isn't it? It's the little small margins, it's the percentages that you give yourself that gives yourself such an edge in this field.
Yeah, exactly. That's what the pros do. They have coaches, and that's what they do. They go back. For example, if I was playing you, they go to your stream, look at you playing Foot Champs or maybe EPrem, because that's like a competitive tournament. So you could say try hard in more. So they go to that, they watch how you play, and then they analyze, saying, well, this is what you got to do to beat them. They look at your weaknesses and they say, just drill their weaknesses and make sure that you can beat them by doing that. And that's how most people win. So I think if, like you said, if I was them, I'd be watching the Twitch stream, looking to say, okay, well, I'm going to be playing, for example, Biscuit Team, and we know they use United, so we go PSG, for example.
Yeah.
And then that's what you just got to do. You got to make sure that you can be the best you can be, especially just doing a little bit of research. It might even take only 15 minutes. Just watch one game that they played.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more, because I've noticed as well, especially in Foot Champs or when you're playing in any sort of division or whatever, you tend to kind of grasp an idea of how the opposition plays within the first 10 to 15 minutes. If they like to go to the wings or whether they want to go through the middle, if they turn left or right when they receive the ball, and these are the little things that really do come to mind when you think about high level performers like the pros and all this. They do the research, so it's absolutely no harm for the people to be watching at home if they are competing to just a one-up on somebody, you know, because you never know. That little bit of information could be stuck in your subconscious, and that could be the difference between winning and losing against their opponent. But for right now, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break while we wait for the other games to get set up. But we will be right back with more of the action. Don't go anywhere.
Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You've been practicing.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
go, ladies. I got one Sprite and one high C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
You can try all you want, but you can't change me. I am stronger than you could ever hope to be. You don't deceive me. I see first no screens. Blow away your love.
And we are back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are straight in to the action here, Lisa. And 2 early goals by the looks of it. 28 minutes into this game. And again, 2 early goals, Lisa. It seems to be a pattern that we're seeing here.
I mean, we do love early goals. Commentating and also I assume the people watching do love some early goals because it brings some tension, you know, and we do love that. I mean, we see 2 teams again that we are very familiar with in Man City and Real Madrid, and we know how good Haaland is in and around the box. And I feel like in the last couple of games we've seen, Haaland hasn't been really too clinical.
No, he hasn't been very clinical. And again, it does come down to knowing the player as well, Lisa, getting into the right positions to be able to finish them chances off. And Haaland is a very one-dimensional player this year. You have to play over the top through balls. He's not very good with the ball to his feet, with his back to goal, you know. But when you do get him in front of goal, he usually doesn't miss. But he's been quite, you know, off it tonight in terms of shots converted compared to chances had, you know. But again, we're seeing Man City versus Real Madrid. We're seeing Rays 12 yet again, and we're seeing Reza for the first time as well, Lise. 1-1. Rays 12 in that first game, obviously, as well. Very disappointed to draw 2-2 in the final minute against Jarhead. You know, it's a question of mentality now, Lise, right? Is he going to be able to clear his head and get a win? Which we see Benzema in the space, and that was a tame shot. Just not enough juice on that shot, Lise, and that could have been 2-1 to Rays 12.
Yeah, I definitely think he needs to win this game if he wants to try and get out of the group. You know, majority of the time throughout the groups that we've seen people going through, they've either gone out with a whitewash in terms of winning all 3 games, or they've won 2 and drew the other one and gone through on goal difference. There's not been an in-between. You can't only win 1 game and go through. So far he's on, you know, 1 point on the board, but he needs the next game, which is now, to win.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're seeing that through ball for Haaland, and this is where he really does his damage. But he does need some space in front of him to be able to use him efficiently, Lisa. You know, I'm not sure if I probably have, but have you used Haaland this year, and what's your thoughts on him? Are you able to use him? Because I know I can't. I've had him 10, 15 times trying to make it work, and he just doesn't suit my style of play.
Potential chance here, but take that before I answer the question. I mean,
wow.
We talk about the last minute and going for it, right? And Benzema, 45th minute, you wait and you wait and you wait for that 45th minute, and then you go for it, and then Benzema puts him 2-1 up.
Yeah, Kareem the Dream, Ballon d'Or winner Benzema, Daniel's favourite player in this game, clearly from his comments earlier. But again, Lisa, another 45th minute goal. You know, it happens a lot, right? Is it just down to the lack of concentration at the end of the half? We could see a goal straight back here with Bernardo Silva going through and Courtois coming in at the near post with a great save. And kind of surprised that he even got this chance to go forward. It was over the 1 minute mark, but Courtois going to claim that and bring us to the end of this half. And again, Lise, just coming back to my previous question, you know, last minute goals, 45th minute goals, it happens quite a lot. You know, is it momentum? Is it kind of, you know, the game? Is it down to the player to keep the concentration for them final few seconds? Do they get panicky?
I think it's a bit of everything you said. I think momentum as well, obviously, just waiting, concentration, just waiting for that last attack. Because, I mean, if you do not get a goal from it, for example, you know it's going to be the end of the game, end of the half, depending on where you are and what minute you're on. So I think mainly it's been used because everyone seems to know that it works. You know, the pros do it. As soon as the pros do it, everyone puts it into their game. But, you know, it definitely is a thing, you know. We all do it. Every time I do it, majority of the time, I get a chance from it, whether I score or not. I get a chance from it, and like I mentioned, if it don't work, the worst that can happen is it's over, right? The half's over, the game's over, and if it works, well, you're buzzing because you've gone into the half with a goal up, or you've ended the game with a win. So that's the reason why people do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the chat here, Lisa, and Daniel says, Danny, that's so not true in real life, though. R.E. Haaland, he's like a truck versus cars in real life, and I have to say, he is right. I mean, he looks like he's on course to break all sorts of records, isn't he, Lisa, in the actual Premier League in real life?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just reading the chat, you know, as we do. And Safi has said, has anyone used Arsenal yet? I'm not being funny, Safi. If people want to win the game, I mean, they just don't use Arsenal, do they? I'm sorry. You know, we've seen the United, though. We've seen the Liverpool. So me and Danny are very, very happy. But I'll be sure to inform you if someone does use Arsenal, because I'm sure you'll be wanting to support them.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, I actually did say, however, you know, on the opening day, you know, Arsenal would actually be usable, right? Like, you know, when you're talking about kind of the Man United's or Liverpool's, Arsenal are thrown into the mix this year as well. They have fantastic players with Gabriel Jesus, who's usable this year as well, and could see a big chance here. I don't know why he chipped that, least. That was a ground pass, if anything, that was needed there. However, just going back to the Arsenal chat before there's a goal in the game, and it is Rays 12 with the third goal. Not exactly a nail in the coffin, Lise, but it is a big goal for him and takes a little bit of pressure off. Luka Modric bursting through with a third-man run. The Frank Lampard run, I call that, because he perfected that back in his playing days. He was the best at it, arriving late into the box or making the third-man run forward, creating the space in between the defence. And we've seen it there from Luka Modric, and a great goal there, Lisa.
Yeah, we speak about, obviously, the impact that the midfielders have actually had throughout this tournament, and you think realistically that impact would be mainly just defending, you know, getting the ball last ditch, but to be honest with you, it hasn't been. We've seen a lot of the midfielders scoring. We've seen Modric, we've seen a lot of Valverde scoring, we've seen Sanchez. They've just been a great addition to these teams, and just shows that if you just move a midfielder slightly more forward, you know, not in that CDM centre mid role, more like a cam role, they can score goals for you.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing it done really well here as well, Lisa. And Benzema with the assist, you know, he's a very important player, and like I said, he's one of my favourite players to use this year because of the lengthy, because of the meta. You know, he's very usable, whereas previous games he wasn't really that quick, so you know, you couldn't really use him, but you know, his link-up play is fantastic, and if he suits your style of play for a fast build-up, up, back and through type play, then he's definitely one that I would be having in my team every single time. And Lisa, look, we spoke about the goal difference. Is this a case for Rays 12 to really go forward here? You know, they drew the first game. They have to win this game. It looks like they are on course to do that. But, you know, they're going to want to get that goal difference up if they plan on going through in this group.
Well, nothing comes of it.
Yeah, exactly. They definitely need to get the goal difference up. But however, you know, you don't want to try and go forward and concede a couple of goals into yourself 3-3, because if he draws, definitely not going to go through, especially with the results we've seen in the last 4 or 5 groups that we've done in the last couple of days. So I think he's got to go for it, I think, to try and get a goal. But you know, if he's getting opportunities against him, especially vital ones, he's just going to have to maybe just try and keep the ball. We know how effective it is keeping the ball, and when you do that, they drag players out because they know they need a goal, and then goals will come for you.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, it just adds to the pressure. Not only are these players playing for a chance to win $1,000 on the final day in the finals, Lise, but you know, in these group stages there's a lot of pressure as well, because at this stage of the game, 20 minutes left, 3-1 up, you want to lock up the win, but also you've seen what's happened in previous days and the drama that's ensued. You know, goal difference being a major factor, and I will keep saying it because it is needed to be said, because we didn't think that goal difference would have as much of an effect as what it's had on this tournament, did we, Lise?
No, we didn't. We definitely didn't. We thought it would be, you know, if you win 2 games, let's be honest, you're basically going to be out of the group. But that wasn't to be, and that happened literally on the first day where it went down to, you know, who beat who, especially the people that were top 2, and they ended up drawing. So it was like, oh, okay, well, the next best thing is goals, and there's only a couple of goals in it as well. And, you know, you can be definitely disheartened if you go out by a couple of goals, especially with the amount of money that's on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I would. I know how I felt for Tyler that day as well, in the first day of the group stages, you know, the last game of the night, and he ends up going out as De Bruyne wraps a shot off of Courtois' hands and out for a corner, and warning signs here, at least, that this game isn't over yet.
Definitely is not over, and especially with the likes of Haaland up front, we know how deadly he is this FIFA. But I think that's like the disadvantage, you could say, of playing with City. You know, they've got, you know, Cancelo, Walker, but the 2 centre-backs, you know, not the greatest. I mean, I know obviously with Lemphy, Diaz and Laporte a little bit better, but I just don't think that they're the best, and you can have definitely better by using different teams. And yet again, going forward, I mean, De Bruyne in the midfield, yeah, fantastic, but in terms of the front 3 or front 2, depending on what formation you're playing, you've got Haaland, and in terms of wingers, you've got Mahrez. I just don't think there's much outlets other than Haaland in your team.
Yeah, absolutely. But he is a massive threat, though, Lisa. And again, like we said, if you know how to use him, he can be deadly as well. But I think now, being in the 82nd minute, Lisa, you're starting to slow things down if you're Rays 12. Kind of just take the 3 points, the 2+ goal difference, you know, and just move on to the final game and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think, you know, maybe go for that one more attack, because, you know, if you do concede, you're not going to lose the game. However, you know, in this case, he's just lost the ball. You know, could prove to be deadly. And if it does, we're going to see a last, pause potentially to get constant pressure on to try and get an extra goal. But he needs to score now to have a potential chance of getting back in.
Yeah, absolutely. But also, again, even a late goal against Rays 12 here could be deadly for him in terms of where he finishes in this tournament. One goal can change everything, as we know in football. And, he really does need to stay solid, stay compact here and really see this game out. Maybe try and add a fourth goal at the end just to give him that +3 goal difference as well, to give himself the best chance going into the final game. And we're seeing some good possession play here, but he forces it a little bit. And these are the situations I was talking about, Lisa. The last minute of the game could potentially see him concede, but a bit of a loose ball and a hopeful ball there, Lisa, across the pitch. Probably not the right decision. And I think that's ultimately what's won this game for Rays 12, is that I think his decision-making in the final third has just been a little bit better than Reza's. And as we see there, just as we're talking about it, he gets that fourth goal with the final attack, Lisa. And that could be a very important goal for Rays 12.
Yeah, it was a great goal as well, sort of 1-2 triangles, got Modric into that position. Player we keep talking about, you wouldn't expect to be there, but a lot of midfielders throughout this tournament has been in the right place at the right time, and it was a great finish.
Yeah, absolutely. 4-1, the end of that game, and fantastic end for Rays 12 after being so bitterly disappointed with how the match ended up in the last game. Jarhead 2-1 up last minute of the game, ended up conceded. This time it's flipped on its head. It is Rays 12 with the final goal, Lisa, and 4-1, I think deserved, right?
Yeah, I definitely think he was a better player, and looking at the group so far, he's had a draw and a win, and if he goes on to win the next game, he's potentially going at the group. However, the one thing that could go back and haunt him is if Jarhead goes and wins his next 2 games, it's going to go down to the goal difference. So I'm looking forward to see the game that Jarhead's in, especially if he can get the win in the next game to sort of bring it to a final game to see who goes through.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic start to these groups. And of course, we still have 2 more groups on the way as well, Lise. Like, action-packed, 4 groups per night. It's action after action. And I did see Daniel in the chat there earlier mention that he was going to order some McNuggets and a Sprite from McDonald's. Well, Daniel, let me tell you something. I am way ahead of you, sir. Okay, and I have got myself a Coke here. I had a fantastic meal earlier as well, and I actually might order some more. I'm quite hungry, to be honest. But listen, Lisa, we have to talk about the sponsors. Coca-Cola and McDonald's putting on this event for us, alongside Bragg House as well, of course. And, talking about, I want to go back to Nathan's interview yesterday where he said that, he's made some friends from this, Southern California and university students coming together, playing the game that we all love. And, it's a fantastic opportunity for them to engage with each other. And it's the FIFA community, essentially, at the end of the day as well, right?
Yeah, exactly. I think, shout out to the sponsors, because this wouldn't be possible. Like you mentioned, Nathan yesterday, he made some friends. Most of the time when you play in a kickoff or in a tournament, you don't expect 2 players to be talking in game chat. I always said to you when I was speaking to you, I wonder what they're saying. He's just scored. They're both speaking. I wonder if he's going, shh, especially when they're doing the gritty. You never know what's going to be said. But yeah, obviously, I'll be honest with you. I got myself a McDonald's earlier as well. I can't lie to you. And we both had some today. Nice bit of Coca-Cola in there.
I just want to confirm one thing there as well, Lisa. That wasn't planned, by the way. I was on the way back from training tonight, and I passed the McDonald's. I thought, you know what? I didn't even this wasn't planned. The 2 of us having that, so it's just by chance. But massive shout out to the sponsors for making this happen and for the opportunities that they're giving these students as well. And obviously, Lisa, $1,000 to the winner as well. We said it before. For these students, I've been a student. I know what it's like living as a student. It's not. Sometimes it's tough. It's a tough few years grind, but worth it in the end, obviously, for these guys who come out with degrees and stuff. But something like this where gaming could be their getaway, right? I know it was for me, and it still is for me, gaming, FIFA, any type of gaming really, and it's their getaway. And for them to have this opportunity to be able to play the game that they love and earn from it, and potentially take some pressure off them, pay a couple of bills, maybe if they're streamers, upgrade their stream, go towards a nice meal for the family, whatever it may be. It really is a fantastic opportunity for them, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. And also represent your college as well is a massive, massive honour for most of these students. And obviously the money as well, like you mentioned, majority of the time, as growing up as kids, most parents go, no, you shouldn't be gaming. You can't earn money from that. And, one of these students are going to be able to prove to their family, actually, I'm good at this game. I could potentially, be a pro on this game potentially as well, especially as we know these players are really good at their level. So I think it's just an amazing opportunity for these players, and like you mentioned, potentially more to come, so make sure to follow Brag House on social media.
Absolutely. Like Lisa just said, if you are not up to date on all of our socials, make sure you go and follow Brag House, Twitter, Instagram, all that good stuff to keep up to date with future events. I know there was a little bit of a kind of a hush-hush whisper, wasn't there, Lisa, from everyone at Brag House saying that, listen, we like how this is going. We think it's a fantastic opportunity for players, and they like, the idea of maybe putting on a tournament in and around the World Cup, maybe, and don't hold me to that, but potential there for something to happen, I'm sure. I know I'm going to be pushing for it because, I've loved every minute of this, and I think it's a fantastically ran tournament, and I've really, really enjoyed myself, but listen, still plenty of action to come. Least, after the first couple of games, the stand-ins, as we see it, Rays 12 with a win and a draw, undefeated technically, right? So, I mean, looking at the ability of what we've seen so far, is there somebody that's kind of caught your eye? Is there somebody that you think, I think they're good for the top of their tournament, for the top of their group there here today?
I mean, we haven't obviously seen too much. I think Alex obviously getting that 3-0 win, showed a bit of character, obviously not conceding a goal. Obviously in the last game we did see Rays obviously go 4-1 up. However, he did draw that first game, so that might let him down a little bit. But I think so far with the games that we've seen, I think I'm going to have to go with Alex, especially getting that clean sheet, because it shows that he's good at scoring goals, but it also means he's good defensively, which could make him get a win overall and leave the group because of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are into some more gameplay here, Lisa. We have Franquito versus Jarhead. We have had a couple of game changes, some competitors change due to some issues they were having with their consoles. So we do have a new competitor in here with the name of Tupa Franquito, which I love, by the way. It's my new Jet Set Sunset of the day, Lisa. But we're seeing PSG 2-0 up here. That is Franquito, the new addition to the tournament, and Jarhead is finding himself kind of in the trenches here, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, 2 goals really, really early in a game. I mean, it makes you think in your head, am I going to be able to come back into this game, especially with scoring 2 goals very, very quickly? You sort of start to panic, you could say, and a potential chance here to come back to 2-1 through on goal. Is he going to shoot? I mean, what a save that is!
Wow. He's got a Trivela that, right, Lise? That's the way to finish that chance. Is a Trivela, right?
I think Trivela, but also take it a little bit earlier, because in 1v1 situations, when you bring a goalkeeper out, majority of the time they do save it, especially in that close range. But I think just shoot a little bit earlier, Trivela it, potentially green it. We know how good greening is this year if you have that in your locker, because it makes it a lot more powerful. If you didn't know already, if you green time a shot, it makes it basically just thunder off his foot, to say the least. A potential chance down the other end. Can it go down to bite him, missing that opportunity? I mean, a great challenge. Highly recommend not doing that in the box, because you might slightly miss-time the challenge and give away a penalty. Ooh. But a great save. It's like the game of big goalkeepers again, isn't it?
Yeah, Neuer at one end. Courtois has been a main factor as well that we've spoke about a lot, Lise, for Real Madrid. Anyone that's using them, they seem to come up against quite a lot of shots, but Courtois seems to be keeping them out. But a big chance here for Franquito, and he kicks it straight at Neuer. It's bubbled out, and he has to clear his lines, and he does very well. But Lisa, again, warning signs for Jarhead that he's going to have to really patch up these cracks that he has in his defense, and he's going to have to really, take care with dragging his defenders out, because Franquito seems to be finding some gaps in and around his area, and it could end deadly if this goes to 3-0 before half-time, Liz.
Yeah, exactly, and it's very, very interesting because, we spoke about the table, and Jarhead drew the last game 2-2 versus Rays, and obviously Rays just come out with the win. So as it stands, if he can't obviously get the win in this game, and then it goes down potentially to the last game, if Rays wins it, he's potentially going to go through. So it's a massive, massive game. And, he's had opportunities in this game. He just, yet again, hasn't been clinical enough in the final third.
Yeah, well, of course, with the addition of Franquito in as well, they're going to have to play all 3 games as well. So, it's not over yet. However, it does look pretty bleak if they can't get at least one result out of the first 2 games, Lisa. And you are correct. The mentality has to be, I have to win every single game here. And again, we talked about it before. If you do win every game, then it kind of sets the standard for everyone else as well, right? That's a fantastic ball, and just like that, right on the stroke of halftime again, Lisa. What a ball that was, with a Trivela pass as well. That man, Sadio Mane, the best in the world. He is the best in the world, Lisa. I firmly believe it. He's fantastic. As a Liverpool fan, seeing Mane leave, it was very upsetting. I'm still not over it, okay? It's why I'm buying popcorn machines, Lisa, okay? It's because of Sadio Mane. But what a ball that was, Lisa. He found Mane in the box. First time volley into the side net, and 2-1. And now the second half is shaping up to be an incredible game.
I was going to say, I didn't see Ronaldo on the screen when you said the best in the world. But however, Mane has been very, very good for Bayern, probably one of their best players, especially in FIFA as well. He's been crucial for the players in this competition. And he's, in my opinion, a lifeline there for Jarhead. 2-1 at half time. You start to think in your head, I'm going to come back in this game. And on the flip side, he's going to be thinking, am I going to bottle this? We all do it in foot champs when we're 2-0 up and then it goes 2-1. You're going to think, actually, no, please do not bottle it. And sometimes we do. Majority of the time I do. I can't lie, but let's not talk about that.
No, I think we're all in the same boat there, Lisa, and just looking at the stats, it's a very close game, 2.1 expected goals to 1.1, and that last chance going in for Jarhead. And Lisa, listen, Jarhead has been here before, right? He's been 2-1 down, up against it, needs a result, needs a goal, and he came up with it. We seen it last night with Biscuitines as well. Very resilient, very determined, and they seem to really kind of one of these players that don't start playing until they're kind of up against it, right? Like, I know for one, I hate, if I go 1-0 down, I play my worst FIFA, I have to go ahead to really play my best FIFA and start feeling comfortable. But some people, they just play better when they're kind of up against it and they have to perform. The pressure makes them have to perform, What type of player are you, Lisa? When you go 1 or 2 goals down, do you start panicking, or do you believe you have to believe in your own ability to come back into a game, right?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit of both. I think, if I'm playing someone that's been dominating me the whole game and I'm 2-1 down, I get a bit panicky because I think, actually, he's a good player, I'm going to lose. But if I'm 2-0 up and, I've missed a couple of opportunities and they're not really doing too much in the game, I think, oh, I've got this. But however, when you think like that, and you let your foot off the gas, sometimes you do end up being 2-2 thinking, what have I just done? But I think, I'm a bit of both. I think it just depends on the scenario and the player that I'm against. And if I feel he's better than me, and whether he's, having loads of opportunities against me. But I am looking at the chat, and I have seen Safey say, that was quality, game's now open. On the flip side, I have seen 2K say, PSG is so overpowered, not fair. I'm not sure if he's he's playing in this competition, but yesterday we saw PSG being used. We've seen it throughout the tournament, but they have lost a couple of games as well. It's not like every single person that's used PSG has won every game. We've had games where they've used PSG and they've lost. I think at least 2 or 3 scenarios of it.
Oh, there's been way more than that, again, and to a certain extent, of course, yeah, certain players and stuff, of course, but you have to know how to use them, Lisa. And if you don't know how to use the team, then, essentially it's a leveler. And, PSG, yeah, they're probably one of the best teams in the game. Obviously, we spoke about it already. That is offside. But, yeah, I can see where he's coming from. I think there's pros and cons to it. However, it is about the player on the sticks controlling these players, Lisa. And if you don't know how to control these players, if you don't know how to play at a high level, then the player with essentially, in this conversation, the weaker team, would still come out as the winner. We see it in Ultimate Team all the time. People using bronze teams and silver teams, but because of their ability to play the game, they still get their 20-0 sometime. I know quite a few really high-level players who do that. So, to a certain extent, yes, the team does help you, but you really do have to know what you're doing to be able to actually see these games out at this high-level kind of ability tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly. The team does help to a degree. However, I'd say it's probably like in like percentage wise, I would say probably 20% team, 80% ability, if I'm being completely honest. There's certain stages where I feel like I'm better than my opponent in an ultimate team, but me having, for example, an Adama instead of an Mbappe, I don't score the opportunity because one's got 65 shooting and one's got 84, or whatever it may be. There's an example. So sometimes it comes to a stage where, actually them having that slight advantage on a team makes a difference, but majority of the time it is just down to ability.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd love to get everybody's in the chats, you know, opinion on it as well. You know, from my experience, you know, of course, team does matter, but you know, if you don't know how to use it, if you don't know how to use these certain players, if the formation is wrong, if it doesn't suit your style, then I feel like the better player, the cream, does always rise to the top anyway, Lisa. You know, that's just my opinion, but I hear it. You know, I get the opinion, and I respect it. But like you said, we have seen PSG lose quite a lot in these group stages since we've been watching as well.
Yeah, exactly. They're not like Arsenal. I'm sure Safi will be happy with this, where they obviously went unbeaten throughout the whole year. We haven't had that yet with a team. I mean, actually, United, you know, just saying, United in this tournament, we've had that. But other than that, we haven't had a team that's gone sort of unbeaten like that. Obviously, we have had a couple throughout the tournament in terms of we had goal as well. We had 4 players that went unbeaten. But, I mean, so far, I think it's been a great tournament. I think today it's been very, very close games. I actually do see Mystic Manly, by the way. Just saying, I'm seeing a comeback.
Yeah, you're calling it again. Jarhead's going to come back with an equalising goal, but at least the problem is that would be 2 draws on the board, and you know, I just don't see it being enough. Although going into the final game, I mean, you know, 5 points could be enough to see yourself at the top of this group, given other results as well. You know.
Yeah, you got to have a bit of luck on your side. You know, never know. They might end up buying potential chance there. I mean, that's very unfortunate the way it fell back to him. But yeah, 3-1.
Still time though, Lee. Still time to come back in this game if he can get the ever-present kickoff goal here. You know, I mean, we're back to square one and where we were before, but it does look like Franquito knows what he's doing with them sticks, and he is a very, very good player. 2 very, very good competitors here as well, and could have went either way really. It was very, very tight, kind of up until that 3rd goal, and you know, you just thought that a goal was coming somewhere along the lines pretty soon, and it just goes for it goes in favor of Franquito.
Yeah, exactly. I think you know, sometimes you've got to get a bit of luck on your side, whether that be, I don't know, a ball falling to you in the final third, whether that be your defender just last minute putting in a challenge for you, and that's a massive mistake, by the way. Oh,
that is not a free kick.
For that to be given as a foul.
Wow, Donnarumma playing up on the ground. Yeah, give him the Golden Globe. Give him the Oscar. What? He's got a red card for that?
VAR.
Is outrageous.
VAR. I mean, I think he's about to win a Grammy or something, man. That is crazy. He's just dove to the floor like that, and especially in that position. Normally, you know, if he was through on goal or something, you know, you'd get a red card. But that's in a position where nothing's happened. You know.
I'm completely flabbergasted. For once in my life, I am speechless, Lisa. I don't know what to say about that. Donnarumma was acting up. He was holding his head as if he's got struck across the head or something. But we do see a chance here, though. We see some goalkeeper movement. He's gone near post. It hits the crossbar. Just too trigger happy there. But you see with Jarhead with the 10 men, started to open up this defense. And sometimes, Lisa, I feel like, you know, going down to 10 men, I don't know if there's some sort of mechanic of, you know, like a momentum thing or something, but I do feel the same sometimes playing this game, that when you go down to 10 men, your players start reacting a little bit more to the situation. But we've seen it there. Big chance there for Jarhead to get back in this game with a few minutes left, but it does look like that was probably his one and only chance that he was going to get as PSG go through here again, and Franquito just can't get in touch with Mbappe. But Lisa, I'm still shocked over that red card. I can't believe that he got sent off for that. It looked to me like he got the ball, and you know, we were calling for VAR in the Premier League. Now I'm calling for VAR in FIFA, Lisa. I want VAR in FIFA. Could you imagine? Could you imagine scoring a goal in the last second only for it to be chalked off for offside in FIFA?
Chat, can we mute his mic, please? Because he's no, we don't want that. Absolutely not. I mean, yeah, I think that would be tragic. Could you imagine scoring like a 90th minute winner, like running around your room doing the griddy, and to come back to your screen to see that you've been disallowed? No. Absolutely not.
It would make it certainly more interesting. But Franquito runs out the winner here, 3-1. A dominant performance, really. You know, 50-50 possession. We do see Jarhead there with quite a lot of shots, and again, just not clinical enough, and he gets the L. That leaves Jarhead with 1 point with 2 games played. Last game to come for him. And Lisa, we are joining a game right now that is 4-4 going into the last 10 minutes. It is PSG versus Man City. It is Amaro with PSG and Jay for Man City. And what a game this has been as Messi goes through and it's been saved. And looks like it's been end to end, nothing but action, all attacking vibes, no defense. And Lisa, we're in for a Grand Slam finish in this game.
I mean, 4-4. I mean, 8 goals in one leg of FIFA. That's not, and that's with the game not even finished. I mean, we could see potentially 9-10 goals in this game. I mean, what a game we've missed, to be honest with you.
Oh my God, it's in just as we say it. Aaron Haaland,
talking about the
and he's dropping out the gritty as well. He's done the gritty as well, Lisa. Just as you spoke about it, they pull out the gritty, and it is Jay who is taking the lead 5-4 into the final 5 minutes of this FIFA game, which looks like it's been a cracker as well. Really has 9 goals in one game of FIFA. And, you know, it looks like they could be going for more here. Is that a penalty? It is a penalty. And just like that, the game has turned on its head, Lisa, from 4-4 to potentially 6-4 in a matter of minutes.
Think.
He's got to the left and it's been saved.
Listen to me. He should have listened to me.
It's been saved. Maro has given himself a chance to stay in this game with 4 FIFA minutes left. It is going to be a Grand Slam finish, and it looks like it could. Listen, Lisa, if you're Jay here, right, you have to be going for time, right? You have to be calling a short into the corner and keeping the ball because, I mean, essentially, goal difference is out of the question in this game, right?
I mean, yeah, exactly. But I've got to say, he should have listened to me. I said dink. And, you know, we talk about goal difference being vital. If he'd have dinked it, it'd be 6-4 up and he wouldn't have to waste time. He could have maybe potentially gone for another one.
He is going for another one, and he does get another one. It's that man Haaland again with the right foot at a tight angle, puts it into the side netting, and just like that, 6-4, 10 goals in one game. What a game we are seeing, and he could potentially be going for more here, Lisa, if Haaland can find some faith, but it was really, really well defended, and this is end-to-end, Lisa. What a game. We've only seen it for 10 minutes, but I feel like we've been here for an hour. It's been absolutely fantastic. Could be another one, and it is! That all-important 3-goal lead. It's going to be plus 3 points and plus 3 goals for Jay as he brings out the gritty with Phil Foden to end off this game. And my, oh my, Lisa, I'm out of breath. You're going to have to take over.
You're out of breath. If that was me, my monitor would be gone as well. It's just, I love the gritty personally. I love doing it against my opponents because I know it triggers them, and I love doing it. You know, sometimes if in my stream, you might see me doing it against my opponents as well, especially if they've done it against me. However, I mean, yeah, the last 2 goals he gritty, I mean, get in. I mean, I do love it, but I don't like it when people do it against me. But I mean, what a game we saw there. We only saw, 20 minutes at max, and we saw about 4 goals. I mean, wow. And I wanted to talk about, obviously, currently the standings in that group. And Maro lost the first game 2-1 against Barcelona. However, he lost this game as well, so it looks like he's going to be falling out in terms of not getting out of the group because of that. However, I mean, he's only narrowly lost in the last couple of games. 2-1, obviously that one was 11 goals completely throughout. I mean, a lot of goals being scored. I mean, we did say about it, obviously, the prediction for Braggs and saying, will not someone not concede? I mean, I don't think it's going to happen. There's been goals flying in.
Yeah, goals, and more goals, Lisa. And it does look like that's going to be a tight enough group. Even with Maro right now, you know, obviously he's up against it because he has 1 game left and he has 0 points. But if he wins that last game and other results go his way, I mean, you know, there's still a chance. There's always a chance. There's a chance. And we've seen it all here, Lisa, really. Well, we keep thinking that we see it all, and then something else happens. And I just don't know how to explain it. You know, last night we had a 4-way tie going into the last game as well, and lots of drama. And, you know, so I'm in a position where I don't want to say I know what's going to happen because I just don't, to be honest. I really don't know what's going to happen, and I don't want to make any predictions because I always get them wrong. So they just keep surprising me. So, you know, but incredible end to that game. We joined with 10 minutes left, FIFA minutes left, at least. 79th minute, we just seen an equalizer, I believe, and it was 4-4, 8 goals, and then all of a sudden, it was as if Jay was waiting for us to come to their game, to just come alive. Aaron Haaland with 2 goals, Phil Foden with another one, and 7-4, 3+ goal difference, 3 points on the board. You know, he has 2 games left to play. You have to think with Jay scoring 7 goals in 1 game, he's looking good to top this group.
Yeah, he is. I think he's obviously scored the most goals so far in a single game, probably throughout the competition, if I'm not mistaken. So, I mean, definitely one to watch out for, I think. However, he still hasn't played everyone in the group, so we could see an upset potentially. And we all do love a bit of upset. Get the popcorn ready. I can't lie, because we have had some close games. We've had dominant performances, and then out of the blue, randomly, the other opponent scores, and then it's game on. So I think it's been an insane couple of days, and even more to come.
Absolutely. And, I'm just looking at these tables now, and it's so close on both of them already, and still so much more to come as well. Of course, guys, we still have 2 more group stages to go through as well. 2 more groups coming for you tonight after these first 2 groups. So, listen, if the first 2 groups of tonight are anything to go by, the next 2 are going to be even better. It's going to be incredible, Lisa, and we're very, very blessed and privileged to be able to be costed this. And, the goals have been amazing tonight as well. I just want to bring you back as well, to last night and the 2 goals that stood out for us as well, Lisa. I know you had your choice of, it was Laporte with the bicycle kick, right, from the corner kick.
Yep, and you had Haaland.
The bicycle kick, and then I had Haaland's shot, Rasper from the edge of the box, corner of the box that went into the top bins, and some of the goals and the ability of FIFA player that's been on display throughout this tournament. It's pleasantly surprised me, to be honest. And I feel like the best is yet to come as well. I feel like going into the finals where we bring the best of the best from these groups together, it's going to be electric. It's going to be insane. And I just can't wait. I want something to come already, just so we can get to the final and see who wins the $1,000 and crown him as the winner, Lise. But, for me, I'm looking at Jay there, 7 goals in 1 game. Very impressive. I don't think we've seen anyone score that many goals yet, have we?
Yeah, it's something I said earlier. I don't think we've actually seen anyone score that many goals. However, I'm sure with the way the tournament's been going so far, we might do and potentially see a goal straight away, but was not to be. I mean, we see Barcelona buying it as well. Again, seeing Barcelona being used, we didn't see them at all being used yesterday, so maybe people started taking notes of the first day tournament that we saw when it was being quite frequently used.
Yeah, absolutely. And Barcelona, using Barcelona yet again. Of course, we are going to assume that he does support them, and that's why he's using them. But he's using them effectively. And, Alex Blackie here with Bayern Munich. We're seeing some of the same teams again. And Barcelona find themselves 2-1 up in this tie at half-time, Lisa. And, they won the first game by 1 goal as well. They seem like the type of player to get a lead and, know how to see out games, right?
Yeah, exactly. We saw that in the first game, 2-1. A narrow game again, narrow margins, tight game. However, this game again, like you mentioned, 2-1. He seems to love the 2-1 scoreline, I can't lie. However, plenty of more time in this game to get another goal because, we talk about goal difference being vital and so far 2-1, this one 2-1, it's not too many goals being scored and obviously he's conceding as well. So it wouldn't be a massive goal difference for him if you like 2 at the moment. So I think he needs to play the way he is. He's winning, doesn't make a difference, but you can't think about goal difference at the moment as long as you can beat everyone that's in front of you. But it's going to become a factor potentially in the last game, depending on other results around you.
Absolutely, and of course, Barcelona is in the same group as Jay, who has a +3 goal difference after their first game, Lisa. So, this second game, he would have, if things stay the way they are, he would still be behind on goal difference, but he does still have to play in the head-to-head also. So, in the event that he actually ends up winning that, it wouldn't come into it anyway. But you've got to think about these things. And, the last 2 days have proved that with the goal difference being a major factor for players going through with their head-to-heads. Ending in a draw or a tie game. So, a lot of things to think of that you wouldn't really think of just playing a tournament like this, right? At least, like, you wouldn't go into it thinking, okay, I need to get as many goals as possible. I would just be thinking I need to win every game, but, which is true also, but that's not always the case, So it would be a good idea for these players to be watching the broadcast, to be knowing the stats, the standings, exactly what they need going into each game so they can execute a plan as to how they're going to get through, because that's the most important thing, right, is figuring out a plan, like a game plan going into these games, knowing who you're playing, what type of formation to play, everything, all the research comes into it just to make that final the finals at the weekend and give yourself the best chance of winning $1,000.
Yeah, exactly. I think potential chance here, I'll answer the question as soon as it is attacked over, but offside. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where, in a way, you're probably at a disadvantage if you play the first day because you can't, like you mentioned, look at the past broadcast of the day before and see, the level of the competition, and also knowing that goal difference, could be a difference. You know, Tyler, unfortunately, we keep mentioning it over and over again, Paul Tyler, but he ended up going out, didn't end up, you know, you could say get as many goals as he could against his opponents because he wanted to be, you could say, nice and, you know, not take the mick a little bit, right? However, it's cost him, right? So I think, you know, being able to look at the past broadcast, watch maybe live as well, is going to help you, especially now in that group they've gone through. They can look at the opponents that they're going to potentially play leading up to Saturday.
Absolutely, and every bit of information helps at this level. With so much at stake, it is essential to do your homework for sure. But a chance here now for Bayern Munich, and they take it, Lisa. It is Alex with the goal, 2-2 with 30 minutes to play. Absolute scenes. And again, Lisa, these games are tight. There's no real whitewash here, you know. Over the course of the tournament, we've seen one or two games kind of get away from players. We had 1-6-0, I believe, in one of the games, you know. But for the most part, these games have been very, very tight right up until the death. And we certainly have a game on situation here now. And Barcelona needs to find a goal from somewhere to keep his dreams alive. What a finish that was as well, Lisa, into the top of the net. And against Ter Stegen in goal as well, who's a fantastic goalkeeper this year also, Lisa.
Yeah, it's very interesting actually seeing the goal scorer of Gnabry. I feel like we haven't really seen much of him throughout the competition. Obviously, we've seen quite a bit of Bayern, but I feel like most of the time the goals were coming from Lewandowski, let's be honest. So I think for me, interesting to see him on the scoreboard. However, we know that he's very good and clinical, especially in the position that he plays in the right wing position. You know, you've got the likes of Sane as well being played. But, yeah, I mean, this is a massive game, and Barcelona needs to realistically come out with the win in this game to have any chance.
Absolutely. Good defender there, Lisa. And, I'd like to reiterate what you said as well. We haven't seen much of Gnabry, kind of a anonymous player this year in Ultimate Team as well, really. You know, he's kind of, you don't really see him being used at all. And of course, Mane has been the talisman for anyone who's been using Bayern as well throughout this tournament. Sané as well has been another usable player, very, very OP. And of course, for Barcelona, like you said, Lewandowski is the main man there as well. Just as I say it, he does a spinaroo and wraps it into the top bins. Barcelona have found the goal that they needed, that they're so good at getting. Now, Lisa, the challenge for them is to see if they can hang on. This game could go either way in the last 15 minutes, Lisa.
Hey, we do love a last-minute goal, so I think there will be a last-minute goal in this game. And I'm talking about that straight from kickoff. Are we going to see a goal here? Oh, what a save!
Ooh.
Wow.
Big chance, big opportunity there, Lisa. And it looks like that Alex is not going to let up here. He is going for it, which he has to win. Alphonso Davies into the middle, and he answers back with a goal of his own. It is Gnabry again, the hidden gem that Alex has pulled out of the bag. It is 3-3 going into the final 10 minutes, and it is game on here, Lise.
I've got to say it, Mystic Manly. I did call that there was going to be another goal in this game, and it basically happened instantly. We saw that, you know, as a United fan, we don't really want to speak about it, but we saw that in the United game. Obviously, we went a goal down to Watkins. I think it was 20 seconds later, United scored. You know, we know it happens in FIFA, the kickoff, but I don't think I've ever seen it that quick in real life. I mean, that just happened there. We've just seen goals back to back.
Oh, big chance here. If he can get the shot away, and Manuel Neuer comes up at the big moment. He's a big game player, at least. He's been around for a long time, and kind of evolutionized the goalkeeper position. But just as I say that, it is Barcelona who scored a header, and it's Pedri from the edge of the box beats Manuel Neuer with a bullet header, and it is 4-3. And I'm losing my voice, Lee. I'm starting to lose my voice. I can't. This is too much drama for one night.
Yeah, it sure is. We talk about midfielders as well being clutch. We've seen quite a bit of De Jong, Sanchez, Valverde, Modric being on the scoreboard, but we haven't really seen Pedri being on the scoreboard. And I mean, it could be a vital goal for his club, making him go 4-3 up this late into the game. But I mean, looks like we got a bit of press after possession, lots of constant pressure going on. Can we see another goal in this game to make me and Danny fall off our chair?
Yeah, absolutely. My chair is nearly on the floor, turned over with how much drama we have here. And Lisa, we still have 2 more groups to come. I don't know how much I can take of this. But we see Sane break in. This could be he's gone for the dig. And he missed it. He just didn't get enough on the dig. But a big mistake here. And this could be the equalizer. If he keeps his composure, finds the space. Good defending. But again, Sane brings the ball back inside the area, puts it in, defended well, and this time it gets cleared up to Lewandowski, and that is all she wrote for this one. Barcelona against Alex. Alex coming up short in the end, 4 goals to 3, and what an action-packed game that was, Lisa. But we don't have time to dwell on it as we go into our next game, and it is 1-0 to PSG in this one, Lisa, and Lisa, I don't know what to say. I still have to. Oh my God, I thought that was in. Lisa, I still have to function and kind of let everything sit as to what's just happened in that last game. What a game! 4-3. We're seeing goals upon goals as well, and it's just been a phenomenal start to tonight's coverage.
Yeah, exactly. That was another action-packed game. Obviously, loads and loads of goals again. I mean, we've seen what, an 11-7, I think it was, or 11-8. And then that last game, 7 goals between again. I actually want to mention we can see a Michael. I'm pretty sure I just heard his reaction for when that missed there. So, yeah, maybe I'll be able to hear him if he scores a goal soon to come. But, I mean, yeah, again, using PSG, it seems so far since we joined, very dominant as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Find the space here with Neymar, but Touch takes it away. And Lisa, this is a very interesting matchup because Raise 12 has 4 points on the board. This is Raise 12's final game, and if they lose, they are confirmed out, as Franquito would have 6 points on the board. So this is a must-win game for them to bring it into the final game for Franquito to ensure that they have a chance going into the last game with the rest of the players still to play, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. He's on 4 points at the moment with a draw, 2-2, and then a 4-1 win. This game must win. We talk about everyone that's gone out the group so far has had a minimum of 2 wins and a draw. No one I don't think has gone through with 2 wins and a loss. So I think, this game must win.
Absolutely, but it is Franquito here who is ahead 1 goal to 0, and like we said, Raise 12, they've been resilient, Lise, 2-2 in the first game, they won 4-1 in the second, and they're able to score goals, but Franquito showed us some fantastic skill in their first matchup as well. So this is not going to be an easy game for either opponent here, and with 10 minutes left to go, Raise 12 really does have to just go for it, right? Get the constant press on. But as we say that, Franquito with an incredible ball for Mbappe, he shows the composure, and that is the second goal of this tie for Franquito. That is probably game, set, and match unless Raise 12 has a quick answer back, and that could be Raise 12 out of this tournament, Lisa. A sucker punch at the end, but what a ball that was to Mbappe.
Yeah, it was great vision. I don't think I would have even pulled out of the bag seeing him making that run there, and ultimately I assume he even sent him on that run in the first place, which not many players have in their locker, and he found them perfectly. And when you have a player like Mbappe up front in that position, we know how good he is in real life, and he's the same in FIFA, and he's going to put it in the back of the net and see him go 2-0 up. And I don't think, you never say never, but unless he pulls out a goal within the next couple of minutes, I think it's going to be game, set, and match.
Yeah, absolutely. A definite blow to Raise 12 here, Lisa. And, like you said, they're probably going to have to go, they're probably going to go constant press here for the last few minutes, try and nab a goal, and then try and salvage a point, which could be a very, very important point. That would bring him to 5 points, and into the last game, Franquito would have to win. Just as we say it, he's got the goal he's needed, Lise, and that gives him a glimmer of hope. Vinny Jr. at the back post puts the ball into the mixer. Vinny pounces on the ball that was left dropped in front of his 2-yard line, and it is 2-1, and we're in for another Grand Slam finish here, Lisa. It's going to be incredible finish to this.
Yeah, exactly, and I'm surprised we didn't see a pause there, to be honest with you, to get maybe that constant pressure going, but a potential chance. I think it's going to be game, set, and match. I think we should have seen a pause.
Yeah, I think we should have seen a pause and see some constant press here for the final few minutes, and it's unlucky. It's unlucky. I think if he got one last attack, it could have been very, very lucky. It could have been very, very lucky for him, and he could have got that goal needed. Incredible game, Lise, and it is end to end honestly, I don't know how we can call this. Seriously, you know, Franquito with 6 points now, and Rays 12 essentially is out of the tournament with 4 points, drawing one, winning one game, and absolutely incredible scenes here, Lise. I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely lost for words. It's been absolutely incredible, you know. Franquito looks like he's the real deal.
Yeah, I mean, a great performance there. I think, you know, 2-1, I think, very probably unfortunate to concede the goal that he did. It just fell kindly to his opponent. But, you know, it would have been an even better game if we would have saw a comeback, because we do love a bit of a comeback, especially to spice things up. However, I think it was a dominant performance, like you said, and it's just crazy to think that we still have 2 more groups to come of this action. I mean, we're not going to sleep tonight, are we, with how good it is, and we're going to be so hyper.
Yeah, absolutely. And listen, Lise, like, these groups are shaping up to be very, very competitive now, you know. And like you said, we still have 2 more to come. It's gonna be action packed. I believe this is the most goals we've seen in the group stages so far as well. So like we said yesterday, you know, the best is still yet to come in these group stages, you know, throughout the week. And then obviously we have the finals, which is the best of the best, going head to head, and it's gonna be incredible. I honestly can't wait. And it's just getting harder and harder to call these games every time we go into them.
Yeah, exactly. I think, you know, coming into today, I know the first day I was like, nothing's going to top this, especially with Tyler, the way he went out the competition. And then day 2, basically the same thing happened again, where it went to goal difference. And then today, we've had probably the most goals we've had, probably joining in the last 2 groups that we had. I mean, and the game's not even over yet. So, I mean, I'm excited for the next 2 groups to come today, and also on Saturday when we have the quarterfinals, because so many goals being scored.
Absolutely, and it's still very much alive in Group I, Lisa. Just looking at it here, Barcelona obviously 2 games played, 2 wins, a goal difference of +2, and we have Jay, who's only played 1 game with a goal difference of +3. So it's still very much alive, even though, you know, we're kind of getting into the middle stage of the groups. You know, it's anyone's game in that group. Of course, just going through the Group J standings as it is right now, Franquito with the win there gives him 6 points. On 2 games. Jarhead on 1 point after 2 games with that draw against Rays 12, which proved very costly. That last-minute goal, the equalizer that Rays 12 conceded, you know, is the difference between him still being in this tournament, really, and being out after Franquito defeated him. Reza on 0 points after 2 games also. And listen, Lise, it looks like it's Franquito's to lose here, really. I'm pretty sure Franquito is actually through with them 6 points.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Franquito obviously on 6 points. I think he has 1 game to spare against Reza. And I think, obviously, so far from what it seems on the standings, Reza hasn't won a game. So, I mean, is he going to... You could say maybe, like, this is where it comes down to the last game, and you think to yourself, I mean, he's out of the competition. Is he still going to give everything? That's the question. And if he does, he then potentially knocks out Tupa. So it's like it's just crazy when you think about it. And I think that's why this tournament is so interesting, because, you know, even though there's nothing on the line, it's about pride as well, isn't it? So it's crazy to think that anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking at the Group I stand as well, Alex, who lost narrowly there as well, they still have 2 games left, I believe, as well. So, I mean, they're still in it as well. If Barcelona end up losing that last game as well, it could be, it's going down to the wire yet again here, Lisa. You know, although Barcelona did just beat Alex Blackie 4-3, so that head-to-head would stand. So, you know, it is still very, very anyone's game here. It's very, very tight. It's what we expected if from going from the 2 groups the 2 days that we've had already, you know. There's been no, like we said, real runaways, but the games have been tight though as well. You know, like I said, we've only had really one like kind of 6-0 game, right? Where that was kind of the only real whitewasher, or whatever you want to call it. And it's been really, really intense games, 4-3s, 7-4 in the last 10 minutes was insane. I wasn't expecting that when we came to that game with 10 minutes left, having it been such a close game, Lisa. And, you know, I mean, it just shows that these guys have the ability to score goals. The high scoring games is what you want to see. And as a neutral, it's fantastic, isn't it?
I think, to be honest with you, as a commentator, you know, it's fantastic to see, just seeing games being so close, goals flying in. It means we can hype up for you guys every time we see a goal. Every time we see a gritty, we've seen quite a bit of that today. But I think in general, I think when the games are close, you know, and when we're seeing last minute goals, when we're seeing goals 45th minute, it It means we could be as hype as possible and, you know, bring the action to you guys as it comes. Talking about action, 1-0 already, 20 minutes in.
Yep, we are seeing Alex Blackie as Bayern Munich and Maro as PSG. And Alex is taking the lead here, Lisa, early in this game. Very interesting. We've seen what he was capable of doing against Barcelona in that last game, and he really gave him a really, really good game, went the whole way to the end and pushed it. And he needs a win here.
Yeah, I think a win gives him a bit of confidence, right? You know, first game, losing narrowly to Barcelona, who we know is a good player, only by 4-3, 1 goal in it. To start this game with an early goal, will definitely think to himself, I'm good, I'm better than I was in the last game. And when you have confidence, I know personally when I have confidence and I'm on a winning streak, I feel like in my head I can beat anyone.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a fantastic bit of play, though, from Alex. And what a touch that was, Lisa. The composure to pass that. I would have just shot that straight off from a volley, but the composure and vision to see his player in space as he goes through again, and this could be an early bath, but it's not. It is saved, and again, another chance coming a little bit too soon, maybe, but we are seeing Alex get through again, and what a save from Donnarumma, and that could have been 3-0. It could have been a very big mountain for Maro to climb, but Donnarumma is keeping him in this game, Lisa, and again, goalkeeper. Oh my God.
And goalkeeper. Yeah, I think,
Wow.
you know, I feel like the second opportunity that he had there, as soon as, you know, he got the one that he scored from, I think, you know, we spoke about composure from the goal that he actually did score, but I think he went through on goal there and he shot from, like, the edge of the box, where I feel like he had a bit more space to go into the box, which would have obviously stung the hands more of Donnarumma and potentially meant that he didn't save it. But a potential chance here, I mean, man of the match, get it to him already, because he's made about 10 saves in the last 2 seconds. But yeah, like I was saying, the goal that he scored as well, I didn't even get a chance to talk about the goal that he scored because he had about 15 opportunities since then. But it was a very good goal. Let's talk about it. You know, it looks simple because all he did was an extra pass. But like you mentioned, in that situation, I would say about 95% of the people that play this game would have shot because, you know, you're in front of the goalkeeper. You should be scoring from that. However, we talk about the extra pass over and over again. He does the extra pass, and it literally means that there's no goalkeeper in the goal because he's taken him out of the picture, and he scored because of it. But potential chance!
Yeah, absolutely. Big chance. Big goal.
And he's taken it.
Yeah, very big goal. Very big goal, Lisa, and this could turn the game. You know about momentum. We talked about it, you know, and the next goal being vital, as self-explanatory as that is. But listen, that goal is massive because up the other end, Lisa, like you said, he had numerous chances to put this game to bed. And whether it's just Donnarumma having a fantastic day, as we speak, Mane gets through, and another save from Donnarumma. And if Maro does manage to get something out of this game, he has Donnarumma to thank, Lisa.
Yeah, I mean, Donnarumma, I think, has made about 10 saves in the first half alone. I mean, it's just crazy. And that's why, again, we talk about using teams, you know, all round PSG. They've just got the best team, you know, going from goalkeepers. We say it. They probably have the 2 best goalkeepers in the game in terms of rating-wise in Ultimate Team. Donnarumma, Keylor Navas. They're both pretty sure 89 and 88. You know, you don't have that at any club. But a potential chance to make it 3-1 in this game. I mean, we talk about not taking chances. He did concede because of it. However, just before the stroke of half time, he has got that 2-goal cushion again. But we do know 2-goal leads in FIFA, they're probably the worst to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 45th minute goal, at least. We've seen plenty of them. There could be another one here as well if Muller could find himself in some space in the area. He does. He finds the pass. And again, Donnarumma keeping Alex out. And I am intrigued to see the stats at halftime here, Lise, because it has to be at least 10, 11, 12 shots for Alex. And Maro can consider himself quite lucky that he's still in this game, only 3-1 down. 16 shots, Lisa, and expected goals of 6 compared to 1. And I don't know why I'm surprised, because it was a bombardment. They're peppering that goal, and Donnarumma really is having a game of his life. And we're seeing some tactical changes here as well from Maro, and maybe not. He was just having a look to see if there was anything he could do. But listen, Alex, if he doesn't come out with anything but 3 points in this game, I don't know what else can he do, Lise?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You know, if he ends up to be fair, if he ends up drawing this game or losing, I think, it's one of them ones where you think, actually, why am I playing this game? Because, I mean, all them shots that you've had to not go on the winning game, he'd be absolutely devastated. But I have been looking at the chat, and I did see a comment from Elite saying, where's Jarhead at? Well, I can tell you right now, looking at the table, he has played these games already. The first game he played was against Rays, and he did a 2-2 result. The next game he played was Tupa, where he lost 3-1. And in the final game that he played, he ended it with a 4-0 win. So he's ended on 4 points, where at the moment, 2 players on 6. So unfortunately, he will not be getting out of the group.
Yeah, commiseration to Jarhead. He played a fantastic tournament, and hopefully we can see him again in the near future in some other SoCal events, which, of course, guys, hopefully will be in the near future. And if you want to keep up to date on all of our plans, make sure you go and follow Brag House on all social media apps to keep up to date and to know when you can register, because, Lise, as I said before, we had 250 signups for this tournament, which is incredible, really, like an incredible response to this event, and we could only take in 64, which is such a shame. But like I said, we do plan on creating some more incredible events for you guys, so to be in with a chance to find out about them straight away, make sure you follow us on social media. And as I talk about it, Lise, an incredible finish from Muller there, a very tight angle. He done a little speed boost to get past this defender, and he dinked it over Donnarumma. And after all the saves that we've seen from him, very surprising that goal actually went in, really, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. But there's going to be a case where he saved a lot of things, but there's going to be that one shot that he can't save everything. Let's be honest. They've had probably around 20 shots, you would say now, and he saved 16 of them, which is good going. But a potential chance for a penalty. Chat, let us know in the chat quickly. Where is he going to go? Dink, dink, dink,
dinky, dinky. For me, it's always a dinky, dinky down the middle, Lise. I'm a cheeky, cheeky boy. He goes down the middle, but he doesn't do the dinky, dinky. And Maro, I think, staying in the middle, just making sure he doesn't get Panenked. I get it. I would have done the same. But I have to say, Alex looks a really, really good player, Lise. And, looking at the table, I am fairly sure, now I could be wrong about this, but I'm fairly sure Alex actually can't go through due to Barcelona's win over him in the head-to-head. Maybe I'm wrong. I am up for being corrected on that. But it is a shame because he does seem like a right player, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. And we talk about, it coming down to the fine margins. And
what
a finish that is, by the way. Especially with Goretzka, we talk about midfielders going forward. And I'm pretty sure that would be the case because we talk about the potential, points you can get in games, which is obviously 9 the maximum you can get, depending on results. Obviously, Barcelona is currently on 6, and he obviously beat Alex in one of them games. But he's only played 2, so I'm pretty sure he still has one more game to play. And if he loses that game against Jay, it means that Alex can still come back, but then he'd be on 6 points as well, which would mean it would go down to the game he played, which again would mean he goes out. So I'm pretty sure he can't.
I think the only one right now, Lisa, is Jay, I believe, who can catch Barcelona and beat him. And that game is actually coming up very, very soon, believe it or not. So that's going to be more or less a 6-pointer kind of head-to-head playoff, right? At least like Jay and Barcelona look like they're going to be going head-to-head to see if Jay in the final game, if he does manage to beat Barcelona, it's going to be very, very interesting to see the top of this group, who tops this group, We will keep you up to date, of course, with the standings and the ongoings of that. But we do see a goal back there, Lisa. Maro firing back with this PSG team, 5-2. Maybe a little bit of glimmer of hope here.
Yeah, I think a bit of glimmer of hope, but I think it's just at the moment a consolation goal. If I'm being completely honest with how good Alex is playing. But I did want to mention, actually, obviously earlier we had a comment saying that, it's unfair to have PSG, and we're in a situation where they're losing 5-2. It's not all, sensational if you have PSG. You've got to be able to know how to use each individual player.
Yeah, absolutely. And, it does come down to how well you know your players. And he is onside here. Oh, he scuffed it. He's absolutely scuffed at least. Just a little bit of composure there, I feel like.
Yeah, I think maybe even going closer, I feel like he had a bit more space. And also there was actually a pass back post, it seemed. Not sure who it was, if I'm completely honest, but there was a player open to potentially pass across with.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing a little bit of a wave of pressure here from Maro. Maybe a little bit too late for him, Leash. You know, if he had started with this kind of intention, maybe it could have been a much closer game.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about taking your chances, and we talk about that. You know, sometimes it's gone to the composure that you have, right? And I feel like if you don't have composure in the final third, you're not going to score goals. Sometimes you might get a bit lucky by not having the composure and just having a random whack at the ball. But majority of the time, it does go down to composure, and especially in this game, it's sort of shown us, right? We have Donnarumma making probably about 18 saves this game.
Yeah, absolutely. Donnarumma's played a big part. Another save there from him as well. And you know, Lise, I think the right player is probably in the lead here. We do see every so often, you know, when a game is kind of, you know, a player like Alex here who was dominating the game misses all these chances and it comes back to bite them. It's not the case in this one, is it?
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, he's been able to take some goals as well, although the goalkeeper's been outstanding. And there, yet again, another goal to be taken there. Muller, yet again, probably someone you wouldn't expect to get on the scoreboard. I know he's more of a cam role normally in real life or in FIFA as well. Obviously, that's where his card has been for the last couple of years in FIFA. But yeah, interesting to see him on the scoreboard. Like we've mentioned, we've seen Gnabry. Interested to see him come on the scoreboard. We've seen Mane over and over again. Obviously, their new signing this year. But I think it's just been a dominant performance from Alex. And it's a shame, really, because he still can't go through and he's literally putting on a performance like this.
Yeah, absolutely. And full time in this game, 6-2 to Alex. A very dominant performance there. Donnarumma playing out of his skin and still conceding 6 goals just kind of tells you the tale of that game, right, Lisa? Like, it was very dominant. You know, like you said, he had 16 shots in the first half alone, you know, and probably something that Alex could work on as well with his conversion rate. You know, I mean, having 16 shots in the first half, probably ended up with like 24 shots in total, only scoring 6 of them. You know, it's when you're playing against players like what you're seeing against Barcelona, who's a really good player, obviously, you know, ahead in the group in their group, you have to put away them chances, and essentially it could be what really seen them go out of this group, right?
Yeah, exactly. Against Barcelona, if I have a little quick look back quickly, when they played earlier, the result was 4-3 to Barcelona. And I think that game, if we remember, was very close. And we did say that like that game should have probably been a draw with how the games went. And it goes down to the conversion rate. We know in that game he had around 24 shots. He had 16 in the first half and he definitely dominated the second. So I think it goes yet again down to conversion. If you're having 24 shots on goal, especially in and around the box, I mean, realistically, you should be probably getting at least 10, maybe 14 out of them.
Yeah. You would hope so, you know, but sometimes the goalkeepers just keep you out, right? You feel like you done everything right. And, you know, maybe I would like to see Alex do a little bit of green timing, you know. I feel like if he green timed a couple of them shots, he would have had a better percentage of them going in. He would have been more clinical and really is a good mechanic to get used to using. I've started using it a lot more and I definitely see the results of my shots going in a lot better, you know, the percentage-wise from the angles and kind of more central shots as well. They seem to go into the corners a lot more. But listen, great game from Alex, very dominant. And fair play to him. He was professional throughout that game. And fair play to Maro as well. He kept going to the end. He got his goal at the end as well, consolation. But, you know, we love to see it. We love to see these players really sticking out until the end. But, guys, right now we are going to go to a quick commercial break. And we are going to be right back with the rest of the coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Have you heard? Braghouse now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Braghouse Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Braghouse app. Earning Braghouse tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Braghouse token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby, up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our growlings when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. 'Cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes sound funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding me up. Play me like a bass guitar, simmer down and mash me up. Tripping like I'm Jimmy at Woodstock. Me up, drumming round in your red Ford, shivers down my spinal cord. Oh, 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 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding.
Can they come up with an equaliser having conceded?
Hello and welcome back, everyone. And we are into our final game of Group I. And Lisa, there has been a turn of events in Group I. Barcelona, who played his game off stream, has drawn his last game, Lisa, whereas Jay has won one game and drawn one. So if Jay wins this game, Lisa, he goes through as the group winner with 7 points and into the final at the weekend.
Yeah, exactly. We speak about results and hoping that other people can do you a favour. And in this situation, that has happened. Obviously, Barcelona getting a draw in the last game, which is a massive. We obviously talk about who he drew against. He drew against Jay. So Jay technically saved himself, it seems like, because he got the draw against earlier. It says earlier 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see Jay 1-0 down in this game to Alex, who we seen in the last game, Lisa, win 7-2, I believe it was, or 5-2, sorry, correction, or 6-2, and he was very, very good. He was a great player, right? He's a really, really good player. You know, kind of unfortunate that he had that first game where he lost in the last couple of minutes. You know, but we do see Haaland get through here, and a big save there from Neuer again. Been a stalwart in this tournament tonight, and you know, Jay, plenty of time in this game for him to come back, but he has to be feeling the pressure at this minute, at least.
Yeah, exactly. He probably knows that he done himself a favour by getting a draw. Potential chance here, though, and we talk about chances and taking them. He's now sees himself 2-0 down. Muller obviously scoring as well. We talk about him, not really seeing him on the scoreboard. Same with Gnabry. That's 2 goals for Muller in the last couple of games. Obviously not for Alex, but wow, we know how good Alex is as well, don't we? You know, like you mentioned, he was a 6-2 in the last game that he played. So momentum is obviously flying for him, and now it's massive. Jay's, you know, thought he's probably knocked out Barcelona if he wins this game, and now he sees himself 2-0 down.
Yeah, absolutely. In the trenches he goes, and it's going to be interesting to see how he comes out now, Lise. You know, we've seen Jay, he scored 7 goals in his first game against Marrow, you know, but he did concede 4, Lise. So leaking goals is an issue for him, and we're seeing it here with Alex, who, you know, we've pointed out that he's a very, very good player, right? Like, this is no novice FIFA player. We've seen what he's capable of doing. Like, he had 20 plus shots in that last game, Lise. Like, he's able to create chances, and he seems like he's putting them away in this one.
Yeah, exactly. We are seeing some changes there. Can't lie, my favourite formation, 4-2-2.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Foden playing striker, though, of all people. But we know he plays, you know, left wing, sort of cam role for City. You know, more of a, you know, a great player. We know he's, you know, in the England side as well for the World Cup. Looking forward to seeing him play. But, you know, we know he could play those sort of positions, more attacking roles for them. You know, we know the likes of De Bruyne, you know, it's going to be quite hard to get into that midfield. But, you know, we're seeing him in a left wing position in real life, especially the cards that he's got in FIFA as well, Cam as well. But I think, you know, interested to see him there. I mean, would you put someone else there? Maybe like a Bernardo Silva, a Mahrez, maybe bring him on as a sub. I mean, who would you have?
Big chance, Lise, just as you're talking about it, and he's back in the game. That's the goal that he needed to give himself the glimmer of hope to top this group, Lisa. And that is going to be massive to him mentally. He is going to think now that it's truly game on. This is his game to lose now. He needs another goal quick here, and we could be looking at another Grand Slam finish here, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. I promise you, I'm not actually, you know, ahead of you guys. I am just, you know, speaking things into assistance, to be honest with you. I mean, like I said, I need to get on the app and put some points down, because I could potentially be winning this popcorn machine in this, you know, AirPods and stuff. Remember, if you haven't already, make sure to download the app. Also, download the McDonald's app as well. You know, you might have seen the thing popping up showing $1 for large fries, and I can say that is an absolute outstanding. I mean, as I say again, it comes into assistance.
Yeah,
I mean, as you can see,
Manly.
$1 for a large fries. I actually converted that because we are from the UK, and that is £2 for large fries. I mean, obviously, vice versa, it's just $1 for you. So I'm trying to say how amazing that deal is. Get involved in it, and a potential chance for De Bruyne to whip this.
A little bit higher, and that was in. But again, Lee's pressure being piled on here by Jay. He knows it's do or die now. He has to go for it. He's got nothing to lose now. He is in a losing position, but he has got nothing to lose. He has to go for it, right? Otherwise, he's out of this tournament. He has to go for it, and we're seeing a lot of runs with Haaland. He gets it behind. Can he pull it back? He does. It's just a down. What a save from Manuel Neuer, from Phil Foden. And again, Lise, that kind of comes back to what you said, right? Who would you rather be in that position? Phil Foden, we know his card is good, but you know, I have Travella there, but his finishing is not the greatest. You know, his link-up play and his intricate passing, very, very good. His agility as well and his balance, but when it comes down to chances, that's not who you want in front of Manuel Neuer, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not. I think, you know, when we talk about teams and maybe it going down to haunt you not having the better team, you mean PSG there, you know, you would have had 3 of the main men probably having that shot: Messi, Mbappe, Neymar, and let's be honest, it's probably going in, one of them. You know, especially if it's on Messi's left foot, Mbappe any foot would have probably gone in there, and then obviously Neymar yet again potentially either or. And I mean, if he scores that, it's 2-2 and it's game on. I mean, I think if he scores within the
he
next
needs a goal
6,
soon.
7, 8 minutes, it's game on, and we're going to have to get the popcorn out. Honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do feel like he's gone constant press now, at least. There's not a lot of space, you know, and Alex is having to go off the ground. He's having to go high up to his forwards to get past that high press from Jay. And like I said, it's what's needed to be done, though, isn't it? In-game tactics, he has to go high press. He has to get bodies up the ball. Oh, my God, I was about to say ball over the top. I thought that was after getting through for Haaland, and you know, yeah, Jay has run out of time. He has 10 minutes left here, at least. If he gets a goal in the next couple of minutes, you do think that maybe there's just a little bit of a chance for him to go on and get a last-minute winner and to send himself into the finals. But time is running out. 7 minutes of in-game FIFA to play, and it's, as the time drifts on, at least, just it's not looking good, is it? Haaland is in. If he gets the dig, he does. Into the back post, it's cleared. It's fallen opponent. He does the pass instead of shooting, Lise. And he's offside. He's opted for the extra pass instead of wrapping it.
We talk about chances, and it's interesting, really. He went for the, like, I guess you say the dink slash cross. I mean, he chipped the goalkeeper, but he did a cross. I think if he had just chipped that over the goalkeeper and towards goal, I think it would have went in, to be honest with you. But he decides to go for the cross, which I do understand. But I guess now, looking back at it, he's probably going to think, why don't I just chip the goalkeeper? And then the pass across the box, yet again, the goalkeeper won in the best of positions, would have been 2-2. But even at 2-2, he still sails out the competition. And he must have been, when he beat or drew technically against Barcelona, he probably thought, yes, this is my time. And Barcelona thought, oh no, I've actually potentially bottled it. However, now that Jay drew that, well, technically lost that, sorry, he's out of the competition.
Over. Yeah, all over here. Jay has fallen to Alex, and that subsequently means that Barcelona has finished top of the group with 7 points. Jay on 4. Alex, so unlucky with 6 points. You know, that head-to-head game against Barcelona, effectively finishing the tie. Are we saying, wait, yeah, we've moved into a new game. I was going to say, hold on a minute, the game is finished, right? But listen, Lisa, very unlucky from Jay there. He put on a great show. He gave his all till the end. A little bit unlucky there. Alex maybe getting a little bit of momentum, probably at the wrong time, while Jay, coming up against Alex at the wrong time also as well. Alex with 6 points, 2 wins and 1 loss. And that, again, Lisa, shows that you have to be consistent. Barcelona didn't lose a game. They drew instead of losing. And that 1 point, has seen them go through. So congratulations to them. And it just goes to show that you really cannot afford to drop any points in these group stages.
Yeah, it goes down to fine margins. We saw a couple of games where, earlier we saw, what was it? Let me just have a look. Let me just come up to speed. We've seen a 6-2 win there from Alex. When you're in that sort of position where you're scoring so many goals, you would think, actually, I'm going to go through. But it's not the case. It goes down to the fine margins. And if you beat the specific player that's absolutely dominating, we saw there Barcelona was, let's be honest, dominating. He had a 2-1 win in the first game. That he then beat Alex, who we know is very, very good, 4-3. However, on the flip side, if Alex would have at least got a draw from him or a couple of points extra, he would have gone out of the group. So it's just tough to know, you can't slip at all against any of the competitors you play, because if they somehow get results against other people, then you go out of the competition because you lost to that person. Especially if it goes down to, if you're both on the same points, what the score was in that game. And if you lost to them, then you're out because of it. Or if you drew to them, it goes to golden goal, or not golden goal, the points. I'm actually waffling. It goes to the goals that you scored and the goals you conceded, exactly. And then you're out of the competition if you didn't score too many goals. So it's so tough, and knowing what to do, knowing whether to go and get a couple more goals in the game or just see it out as the scoreline that it's at.
Yeah, very difficult, and a lot of pressure, and a lot to be thinking about too. You wouldn't think it, but there is a lot to think about. As we join this game, Lisa, it is 3-1 to PSG here, and this is the opening game of Group L. So we are now into our second round of groups, Group K and Group L, Lisa, and it is Diego Ya versus Ace Sapito. 3-1, Lisa. It's looking like it's pretty standard. Still 60th minute, and Barcelona pull one back just as I say it. Oh no, wait, that's PSG. Sorry, my bad. I thought it was the away kit for Barcelona. It is 4-1 to PSG, and again, Pretty straightforward win here, it looks like. And a very strong start to this group by Diego, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. A 4-1 win looks promising. I know he's obviously, well, not win, but like current scoreline in the game is very promising. He could potentially get a couple of goals to see it 5-1, 6-1. However, he has conceded, so he might be a little bit annoyed about that because, like you mentioned, goal difference is huge. However, you got to be happy with a win. That's the main aim. You go into a game going for a win. That's it. You don't go into the game thinking about, I've just, won only 2-1. A win's a win at the end of the day. Even if you saw a sweaty goal in the 90th minute, you still won the game. So, it comes down to maybe the goal difference. However, that's not really what you think about. You think about just going out there, doing the best performance you can, and that means you win, you win.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. And just while we are here, guys, there has been some brags completed. Now, if you put some brags down before the first set of group stages, you will want to listen out because the brags completed have been: how many matches will end with 4+ goals? The answer is 6+, ladies and gentlemen. So if you place your brags down on that, you will be rewarded. Another brag completed was: how many gamers will stick to the same club across their 3 matches? That is 3+. So congratulations to you if you got that correct. Another one, Lisa, is how many matches will end in a draw? The answer was 2. We only had 2 draws out of all them games. Very, very interesting. And finally, how many times will gamers finish a match without a single goal? We actually had 2 games with a clean sheet, Lisa. Very, very interesting there to see 2 clean sheets in a game of FIFA. It's not very often that you see clean sheets in FIFA.
Yeah, exactly. Especially over one leg of FIFA. But yeah, I mean, without scoring a single goal, 2 people. That means 2 people didn't score a goal in a game, which is interesting. I think over one leg of FIFA, you expect to at least get 1 goal.
Yeah, absolutely. And, congratulations to everyone who placed their brags down on the correct prediction. Very well done to you. And don't forget, guys, we are going to be doing predictions and brags. You're going to be able to place your brags down throughout the week. So if you are here the next day, make sure you get in and get your brags down to win some incredible prizes, to gain them FIFA 23 SoCal tokens and to redeem them for incredible prizes. I still have my eye on that popcorn machine, Lisa.
And I'm sure if someone in the chat wins that likes you, maybe they'll give it to you. Remember yesterday we saw someone say they want your coat for it. So I'm sure if they win, they're gonna have a little swapsies going because, yeah, we all love a bit of popcorn, and we also all do love a bit of Coca-Cola, don't we?
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing better than a Coca-Cola from McDonald's, as we see a chance go missing there for Ace Sapito. Ace Sapito. That's a tongue twister for me. But yeah, 4-1, a big opportunity there, though, to kind of get back into it, at least. 4-2 going into the last few minutes. You think if you get a quick goal again, you might be able to salvage your point, but not to be. But some good play here. If he can find the space to shoot, which he does, and he puts it in this time, no mistake. Frankie de Jong. 4-2 with 5 minutes left, and you got to be thinking now, if I am Diego, I'm just thinking keep the ball, take the 2+, take the 3+ points, and get out of here, because we've all seen the momentum switches that FIFA can give us in the final 10 minutes, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and we're actually seeing on the flip side, he's going forward. He's trying to get that next goal in this game. I mean, could you imagine 2 last-minute goals to see it go 4-4? I think my chair would break and I'd be on the floor. I literally don't think I could take any more action than what we've seen today so far. I mean, it's been immense and some great play there. I mean,
absolutely.
Under pressure, that was great passing.
Yeah, it does look like he's just going to see out the game here. Very, very smart play, in my opinion. Take the 2+, 4 goals on the board, 3 points on the board, and he's going for the final attack here, Lisa. He's gone for the dink, but I think he's just quite happy to get 3 points on the board. A massive 3 points, of course, in the grand scheme of things. At the start of the game, in the first game of the group, Lise, we know how important it is to get that first win under your belt going forward. It's massive mentality-wise as well. Knowing that you have the 3 points takes a little bit of pressure off, puts a lot of pressure on the guy who's lost. And also, with the other games that have to play as well, it puts pressure on them too, because now that's the standard. One guy has won, it's not a draw, so there's not any leeway to make any mistakes.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously, it's only the first game in the group, so you don't know if he's going to go on to beat any of the other people or drop points to any other people. But I think a dominant performance, nonetheless. Obviously, I think obviously a 4-2 win. I mean, you'd probably have loved to have not conceded like he did. To have a 3+ goal difference, but like we mentioned, a win's a win at the end of the day, and you'll take the +2 goal difference because we've known throughout the last couple of groups that we've done that it was just 2 goals in it. So I'm sure he'll be happy with that. But you can't think about the goal difference now. He's just got to think about every game he goes into, bit of momentum, and just winning the game if he can.
Absolutely, Lisa. And I'm just going to clarify the final standings in Group I. We did see Barcelona go through at the top, so they have cemented their place into the finals. Congratulations to them. Obviously, Alex missing out by 1 point there, but played a fantastic tournament as well. Jay coming third and Mara respectively coming bottom of that group. And in the other group, Group J, we see an undefeated Franquito, Lisa. Okay, our first undefeated player of the night. Franquito taking all the points there with 9. Jarhead coming in second with 4 points. Ray's 12 coming in with 4 points as well. And Reza coming bottom of that group. A very, very interesting standings there, you know. Franquito coming into this tournament and setting it alight, essentially, Lisa. You know, like undefeated. The first undefeated player of the night. Sets the standard. He has to be confident going into the weekend's finals.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we've seen over the last couple of days, I'm just looking back, you know, we've only seen, I think it's 3 in total now of people that are on 9 points in their group. So the best they could have possibly done of obviously 3 wins because there's 4 people in the group. So you only play at 3 other people. So obviously on the first day, I'm just looking back, you know, Daigo, the first group we actually saw, you know,
Yeah.
obviously 9 points on board for him. Very dominant performance from him. Looking at day 3, we had Franquito with 9 points as well. Goal scored 10, 2 against him, so a goal difference of 8, which is very, very, very impressive there. So it just shows that how good these people are.
Yeah, absolutely. A very dominant display. And congratulations to both our finalists from our first 2 groups. But we still have 2 groups to come, Lisa. And we just seen the first game in Group L. And Diego with a 4-2 win. Like you said, probably disappointed that he conceded at the end there. And as we know, we keep saying it, goal difference is a massive thing. And I know these guys definitely would have been keeping an eye on things, knowing who's going through and what's been happening. So, I mean, listen, goals are so important. Conceding last-minute goals, we have a 3-goal cushion. It's going to be disappointing, right?
Yeah, it definitely is. You know, when it comes to the landscape of things, when you look back, you know, that conceding in the last minute could be a difference between you going through and not going through. And we've seen that in the last couple of days where, you know, we've seen people be a couple of goals down to come back to 2-2, and you might think, well, a draw might not be enough, but it was for a couple of the cases. You know, it's just crazy to think, you know, that you losing to one specific player could see you dropping out the tournament, even if you beat the rest of the players.
That's the thing. It's dog eat dog in this tournament, Lisa. Just how we like it as we move in to our second game of the second round of groups. And Lisa, we have Istanbul versus Chris Shen. And it is 1-0, an early goal into the first half already. And we can see again, Lisa, it's great to see these 2 players are communicating with each other on stream as well. As we see Mbappe with a Trivela. And it's fantastic to see that, right, Lisa?
Yeah, exactly. We spoke to Nate yesterday, which was a great interview, and Nate seemed to enjoy it as well. That both of them were talking in-game chat. I mentioned saying I think maybe they might be shushing and laughing when they do the gritty or something, but it seemed like Nate was saying that they was having a great conversation, and now they're friends, which is just amazing.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And we're seeing early pressure here from Istanbul trying to get back in this game with PSG. Finds himself 1-0 down as Marquinhos wins that header, but Courtois ever present there and with the save. A couple of quick saves there before as well, Lisa. You know, that was 2 big opportunities to get back in this game early on, and I have a feeling this is going to be a cracker of a game from what we've seen just very, very quickly after joining. 2 very good players by the looks of it, as Benzema gets in with a Trivela to the near post. Not really something I've seen a lot of, Lisa. I'm probably more privy to go with his left foot there and green time it across the goalkeeper.
Yeah, Exactly, and I mean, Danny does love his green times now that he's been pulling them off and obviously scoring a lot of goals. Them, but it is quite hard to actually get the perfect timing. It's all amazing green timing. However, the flip side, if you do go for a green time shot and you somehow mistime it, the chance of it going in is very unlikely. So if you got to practice, and once you start green timing consistently, if you bring it into your game, it's definitely deadly.
Absolutely, and it is end-to-end here, Lisa. And these two players look like they can play, by the way, as well. As we see a snapshot there from Verratti, of all players. Very unlikely to go in against Courtois from that distance with that type of player. But, Lisa, some good passing, some good dribbling, and we're seeing Trivelas from both sides here as well. So this could be a very, very close and very high-level game that we're going to be entertaining here.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Chris looks really good. He's, using the meta, you could say, and, Trivelas we saw there. We're seeing great player switching, great skill moves being involved. So I think this is going to be a cracker of a match to watch. Interesting seeing Verratti in that position, especially with the front three that they have got. But, passing there, I mean, look at them triangles and Messi on the left foot. We say you cannot give him space, and he gave him space. He seems like he's done the corner, OP corner method. I thought that might have got patched, but it seems like it's going into a perfect position every time. And he's had a couple of opportunities to actually score from them. I mean, for me, every time I have a corner, it doesn't seem to be doing as it used to. So, yeah, it's interesting to see him doing it perfect every single time.
Yeah, it's you can see it's being cleared more so than not. And even when they do connect with the header, it's being kicked straight at the goalkeeper. But we see a counter-attack here with Vinicius Jr. on the left. He goes for the back post dink, and it's been intercepted. Very, very lucky there. As we know, at least them back post crosses are lethal, and they usually do end up with a goal. But it is 1-0 at half-time. It's looking good. Chris is looking good. We've seen a little croqueta pass there as well. He's using the mechanics well. Passing is good going forward, using different styles and variations as well. So, I mean, this is set up to be a really, really cracking second half here. But, Istanbul is going to need to score a goal pretty early here if he stands a chance of coming back and winning this game. But it really is an open game, and I don't know which way it's going to go, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm actually just reading the chat. Daniel said, rooting for Chris and not because I lost to him on our community game night on the 10.29, on the 29th of the 10th. He said that he lost to him. And we know actually from that game how good he actually is as well, Chris. And like I mentioned in what we're seeing today against the competitor that he's playing now, against Fly, he's looking dominant. And, he's a goal up. However, a goal up in FIFA, you've got to try and get that cushion, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. That second goal is vital, especially against a team like PSG and a player of this caliber as well. We know that they are capable of it. As a mistake here, and is that another save from Courtois? No, he missed it. That's very surprising that he's missed the target there. And in them situations, Lisa, I kind of feel like there's nothing else really that you could do other than just aim it and hope for the best. As we see Benzema burst through the middle, and he's kind of just, he's held up the ball too much, Lisa. A little bit too composed. He was looking for the opening. Maybe he's got to either dink that or pull it back and get a quick pass into the box for Vinny there. He ended up his own space there by slowing the play down, didn't he?
Yeah, I definitely think that was the wrong opportunity or wrong creation that he did. However, we talk about Courtois, another great save there, and that is the reasons why you use Real Madrid.
Absolutely, and it is end-to-end, chance after chance, and I have a feeling there's more goals in this, Lisa. I think it's going to open up, the next goal is going to really open up this game, whether it be for Chris or Istanbul. I do think both players will have to go for it regardless. So, this game needs a goal, so to speak, to really open up and to see the fruits of his labor. And a great croqueta there from Benzema again, Lisa. Chris showing that he knows how to use these players, and he knows the skill moves needed to create chances, and it is literally end-to-end here, Lisa. It's fantastic FIFA.
Yeah, obviously a great croqueta there. And I actually wanted to mention, looking at the way that both of these players play, not just the way Chris plays, because I feel like we got to give a bit of credit to Fly. I mean, obviously we haven't seen any of these two in the group yet. This is the first time we've seen both of them, but with the way they both play, I think it's going to be between these two to see who goes through. So this game is massive. So far, obviously, we know that Chris is in the lead. And if it stays like this, I'm predicting now, Mystic Manly chat, just, put this in the notes. Remember right now, if Chris wins this game, he is winning this group. Just write it down now. Remember, I need to put a brag on this because if he wins this game, he's winning this tournament on this group and potentially the whole thing.
Very bold prediction. I'm sure Diego is watching on with his 3 points, Lisa, saying, no, I am still here too. And a dominant display from him in the last game as well, 4-2 against Ace Sapito. So listen, this group looks like it's gonna come down to the wire as well. Some very, very good players from what we've seen. All 4 of them in terms of ability have what it takes to win this group, and I think it's going to be very, very tight. I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of the matchups in this group. But right now, we are here with Chris and Istanbul, and it is going to come down to the last few minutes as he tries to get a shot off with Verratti again. And Lisa, I can't help but wonder about his selection with Verratti being so high up the pitch. It seems to be killing him in terms of he's the guy that the ball is falling to in front of the goal, and that's not who you want there, really, is it?
Yeah, exactly. You want your star men being at the top, right? And unfortunately there, it wasn't to be. However, I am just reading the chat, by the way, and a comment came in from Messi, and it says, wow, that hurts, Lisa, from Rack Santi. To be fair, I said the group today and potentially the whole tournament. I feel that, the way you played, Group A, 7 points, you look like a baller too. So, and however, you could potentially use it as a bit of motivation to think, I'm going to prove Lisa wrong. And I want you to prove me wrong too. I want you to win as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Raxanti definitely has something to say about that. However, I will reiterate, she did say the group, Raxanti. But listen, Sandy, you played a fantastic tournament the other night. And Sandy, are you excited, just while you're in the chat, how excited are you for the finals now? Are you doing any preparation or anything? Let us know in the chat what you're up to and what you're doing. And are you in here kind of scouting out the talent as well? You're getting a bit of inside information. I'm sure you're picking up a lot of info from what you're seeing here as well. As we see a ball through to Benzema, fantastic ball as well. We've seen a reverse elastico there as well, Lise, and before he played that. Fantastic ability here on show at the minute in this game, and it really is coming down to the last 10 minutes, and it's whoever makes the first mistake now is going to lose this game, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. And it's interesting to see him going forward in this situation. A great pass there and a great finish. That is the reason why he goes forward. I said, if Chris wins this game, I do see him winning this group. And, I mean, chat, I told you, write it down because he is looking like a very good player. And I did say, interesting to see him going forward, especially with how good Fly is. He went forward and he scored with Modric. We talk about midfielders being vital for these players, not just defensively, but going forward. And he was able to get the goal for him to, I think, see the game out. Unless he makes a couple of mistakes, I think it will end 2-0, potentially 2-1.
Yeah, absolutely. But we do see Benzema getting through again. And this could be the nail in the coffin. And it is 3-0. Kareem the Dream, Benzema, Mr. Ballon d'Or, coming through in a high-pressure moment. And that is 3-0. That is 3 points and potentially 3+ goals on the board, Lisa. That would put him top with a 1+ goal difference over Diego. And you're liking what you're seeing. I think I'm liking what I'm seeing. But I have to say, Istanbul, these type of games, these tight games into the last 10 minutes, this is how it goes when you have to go for it with your team. 1 goal down, it does leave a lot of gaps in the back. And Chris has taken advantage of that, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And, I mean, it's a dominant performance. And to be honest with you, I felt like Flyer was a very, very good player, and I didn't think that he deserved to lose 3-0, in my opinion. He had a couple of opportunities in this game as well. Obviously, I did show my love for Chris earlier and saying how good he was. But looking at the chat, I do see Tupa in it. Obviously, we did see him earlier top his group, 9 points as well. Be interesting to see his view so far on the games that are going on that obviously isn't his group. Who he thinks, maybe by looking at the games that we're commentating on now, who he thinks is going to top this group. Because, yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? And also, let us know about how you think your games went, what you're going to be doing, like you sort of mentioned for the other people, what they're going to be doing for preparation for the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. Franquito in the chat there, scouting out the opposition. We've seen Raxanti there as well. 2 players who have topped their group and are in the finals at the weekend, Lisa. And, you know, you seem to, that's the first time I've kind of heard you talk that confidently about a player in this tournament, Lisa. You know, Chris seems to be your pick for this group after seeing all 4 competitors fight it out on the virtual field. Chris seems to be the one that took your eye most. Why is that?
I think it's just the way that he plays. I think, you know, going forward, he really looks deadly every time he, you know, skill moves wise as well. We know obviously skill moves in FIFA isn't, you know, it doesn't make you the better player over the 2 people. It's more about defensively. We know how hard it is this year, but every time he went forward, I felt that he looked deadly. And I think going forward, especially against other competitors, I think that will help in his favour with how good he was defensively. You know, the player switching that he was doing as well. It just looked phenomenal. But I think, you know, Chris will probably go on to win this group. However, you know, my favourite's still got to be Biscuit Team. You know, repping the boys United. We haven't had anyone else do that. However, if you're watching and you still got to play, you know, you'll be in my little good books if you do use United, especially if you win it.
There you go. If you want Lisa Manley on your side, you got to play with Man United. However, listen. Look, we have a couple. We have the competitors kind of talking to us now, Lisa. You know, Farquito said good all-round players in a lot of games, and I tend to agree with it. I think the ability of the players that we've seen throughout every group as well has been really, really impressive. You know, considering these are players that, you know, are coming out of university, and, you know, they're not like known pros in the community, or not that I know of. Maybe I could be corrected, but, you know, the ability of these players are really, really good considering. So it's going to be very, very interesting going into the finals with these players who top their groups to see how they got on against each other. We are seeing Diego in the group in the chat as well, Lisa. You know, you're saying Chris is your one to watch in this group. Diego may have something to say about that.
Hey, don't tell him he didn't hear it. Listen, he wasn't here for that. He's putting me under the bus there, chat. However, I'm also looking in the chat. I saw a Manchester is blue, and then I saw Tupac coming out with Manchester is red always and always. So he's trying to get in the good books, isn't he? He wants to be on that list on Saturday. I mean, the way you performed today, I mean, you could definitely be up there with, you know, maybe just switch to United. What can I say, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Some good banter and some good vibes as well. And listen, Lise, I'm just going to touch on what you were saying about Chris as well. You know, I was watching there too. We've seen a green time finish at the end. You know, we've seen La Croquetas. We've seen Trivela shots, you know. So gives a good indication of the type of level of player that he is. And guys, I'd like to put into the chat as well. If you guys play Ultimate Team, we'd love to get an answer to where you guys kind of normally finish in foot champs as well. You know, to let us gauge kind of, you know, what type of level of player you guys are, you know. I know myself, I finished kind of 16 wins, 14 wins sometimes, depending on how sweaty it is. You know, I know Lisa's around the same as well. So, you know, it's a different game this year, and a lot of players have had to adapt to it, Lisa, you know, a lot of changes.
Yeah, I mean, you know, every year people come in our chats and say, is FIFA worth buying this year? Is it different? Because normally it's the same every year. I think definitely this is probably one of the first years where I think FIFA is completely different. I think, you know, majority of the time it's like AI based, you could say. However, this year with a couple of new features, with the power shot that we've seen, we know that's, you know, completely you know, if you aim towards the corner flag, it's gonna go out for a throw in, let's be honest. So I think there is a few things that's been changed and added into this year that has definitely changed the game. You know, the Trivela shot as well. There's all different styles of shooting, whereas before, you know, there was only a couple of ways. You know, the finesse shot most of the time was being used. However, this year I think it's definitely a completely different game, and I think it obviously helps certain players. You know, I think also the step over. We know it's a very simple and basic skill move. However, if you can add on the speed boost for it, it becomes very, very hard to defend as well. So we know defending is obviously more you based. You could say you have to be able to control them. It's less AI based. So I think that definitely does help. But looking at the chat as well, just got to get the chat involved. Messi, which is Rack Santi, says he finishes 16-3. I mean, wow, that shows the level of this competition.
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why I was asking, you know, because I'm looking at a couple of these players, Lisa, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't want to play these guys, you know, like I want to miss these guys in foot champs because I don't want to hold that L. And, you know, some of these guys are really, really good players, and you could tell by some of the little intricate things that they do, you know, the Travellas, the reverse elasticos, these are high level type stuff. You know, you see the pros using them. The agile dribbling for me is a big one as well, you know, knowing when to use it, what players to use it with as well. Again, it comes down to player management and knowing which players are the best players to use in these situations. So, you know, very, very interesting to see. You know, if I keep saying 11 to 14 wins, yeah, that's kind of what we gauge, you know. So we're not far off, Lisa. We are FIFA experts for a reason, okay? And we were completely right with our predictions on that. But guys, listen, we're almost ready to get into the next round of games. However, we're gonna take a quick commercial break and just to reset, and we will be right back. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Yeah, I think you like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
You did. I have to say.
Have you heard? Brag House now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Brag House Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Brag House app. Earning Brag House tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Brag House token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Brag House tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Brag House tokens, go to the Brag House store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason.
Hello and welcome back. We are straight in to the action here. We have Agira, Gunnar, and Kaitu. Lisa, a matchup now in Group K. We haven't seen any action from this unfortunately. But just a rundown on how the first couple of games went. We've seen Andreas win his first game 2-1 against Kaitu to take 3 points. So Kaitu kind of under pressure here in this game to get a result.
Yeah, it's a must-win game for him. You know, we talk about pressure. I don't want to put it on him if he is listening to us, but, you know, we haven't seen anyone get out of the group that's lost 2 games, unfortunately. So, you know, it's unfortunate to lose your first game because it kind of puts you under the cosh. However, maybe it gets you clicking and gets like you thinking. You know, and I think maybe sometimes that sort of kick in the butt, you could say, where you need to be sort of learn a lesson, you could say, and he needs to try and, you know, get a bit of momentum going, because, you know, if you win your game, you get a bit of momentum going, and normally it sees you through the tournament. But losing your first game it's definitely draining, mentally draining. But you just got to try and come out on top in the next game, and if you do, you could still potentially, depending on how other results go, get out of the group.
Absolutely, and Gira Gunner has won his first game as well in this group. So if he wins this, he'll be on 6 points, which will effectively knock Kaitu out. So very, very big game. It's a must win, essentially for both. Like we said, you know, dropping points is just not an option in these groups because they're so tight and everybody is really, you know, beating everybody, you know, apart from Franquito, who went unbeaten. We haven't seen anyone else tonight do that. So, you know, a lot of points being dropped and, you know, a lot of goals being scored. Gira, of course, looking for that 6 points, 2 out of 2, and Kaitu needs his first win here to stay in the tournament. And, you know, it started a little bit shaky, kind of both teams kind of sussing each other out here, Lise.
Yeah, that definitely normally happens within, you know, the first 15, 20 minutes of a game. You're trying to work out how your opponent plays. You know, once you work it out, you've got to try and, you know, play them to their weakness. You know, do they always use the wings? Well, okay, well, stop them using the wings and make them use the middle of the park. I know me personally as a player, that's all I like to do. Use the wings, you know, do a couple of ball roll scoops. You know, that's one of my favourite skill moves. Get yourself into a better place to either cross it or work it into the box and do that sweaty across the box to get yourself guaranteed goal. You know, so if my opponents, you know, stop me from doing what I like doing, which is using the wings, I feel uncomfortable using the middle of the park, and normally it sees me losing games. So, like you mentioned, it's just about working out how they play. I mean, at the moment, it's either them working out how each other plays, or they're just, you know, they're both at the same level where they just can't break each other down.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are seeing Walker go down the wing here for Kaitu. Puts it into the box, but good defending. And Gira in the last round of games, Lisa bet a vision killer. He scored 4 goals. He won 4-2. So this is a player who is well able to score goals and create chances. So for it to be 0-0, it's quite impressive from Kaitu's perspective right now, and he has to be taking some confidence from that.
Yeah, exactly. Confidence very early into a game is very helpful, especially only 35 minutes in. You know, gain a bit of confidence, get that next goal, your confidence is even more higher. However, just been looking at the chat, and I did see a reply actually from Raxandy, who said, yes, I'm just currently scouting the comp, which is what we said would potentially happen with the competitors. He obviously did go on to say that he gets 16-3, which we already mentioned. There was another comment that I did actually want to quickly pull up, which was, just check. Oh yeah, that was it. Diego says he plays well to Chris, obviously me mentioning that he's a very good player, it looks like, and he said he plays well. So I'm actually really looking forward to hopefully if we can see that game, because I think that'll be a great game, especially with how Diego started off in his first game getting the 3 points on board.
Absolutely. That's going to be a cracker of a match. I can't wait for that coming up very soon, hopefully. And we're seeing a lot of free kicks here for PSG. Kind of an indication that Kaitu may be a little bit nervous jumping in when he shouldn't be. You know, I, for one, this year, Lisa, slide tackles are fantastic, aren't they? Let's be honest. If there's anything EA have done to improve the game this year, it's the power slide tackle. I think it's fantastic. I think it's brilliant. You know, it gets you out of some trouble. It also gets you into some trouble as well, though, Lisa. You know, if you time it wrongly, it could end up in a red card, but it could also mean that there's a massive gap in your defense as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's so satisfying, let's be honest, when you pull off a perfect power slide, when you literally clamp your player, the opponent's player into row Z, you know, and it somehow isn't a foul. You know, it's just great. I can't lie. I think I've done it a couple of times, but I don't think I've ever had one where I feel, yes, that was the one. Have that. It's sort of like doing a griddy, isn't it? Just like, have that. But yeah, I mean, dominant performance here. I mean, I think all we need now is a goal, and it'd be perfect.
Yeah, absolutely. We are seeing Gira get down the flanks very well, but Kaito was defended really well as well. You know, he stopped Mbappe getting in, getting that angle for a finesse or a Trivela, and it is 0-0 at the break here, Lisa, and very even. As we can see, look, expected goals are 0 on both sides, so very few chances, and it does seem as though this could go one of two ways in the second half. There's going to be an early goal, and the floodgates are going to open, or this is going to trickle out, and one goal wins this game. How do you see it going?
I think, I think all it takes is that one goal. However, you know, bit of momentum does help. But, you know, we've seen goals going in one end and literally from kickoff we've seen a goal come back the other way. So it's sort of tough, you know. Throughout this competition we've seen so many goals being scored. And I did see in the chat a little comment from Raxanti saying, that's not telly broadcast. Also, another comment for both, which actually involves both of us. Raxanti says, what has been your guys' favourite group to commentate / watch so far? I mean, I'm gonna throw you under the bus because you love throwing me under the bus. What's your favourite?
Interesting. I have to say they've all been fantastic. But if I was to pick one, absolutely because of the drama of it, it was last night's 4-way tie going into the final game. It was incredible. Like the energy from going into that final game last night was absolutely incredible. You know, we had 4 players on the same points. Certain results had to go certain ways, even if both players needed to win. It was just incredible. And Grungy Lime ended up taking the top spot in that group. And it was just scenes. As we see a chance here, but a big save from Ederson. And it looks like Gira has come out on top here in the first few minutes of this half, but yeah, if I had to choose one, I mean, I've honestly, I really have truly enjoyed casting every single one of these group stages so far. So much more to come as well. However, I have to say that 4-way tie going into the final game was just sensational. It's what we as casters and you as neutrals as well want to see. It's the drama of it all, and there's so much more to come of it as well. And you know, Lisa, if you were to pick one, what would you choose?
To be honest with you, I don't want to say, obviously, this is from me thinking and going from my mind and what I believe and a potential chance there, but wasn't to be. And I'm not saying it's just because you was the one that asked the question, but I think your group, I think Group A, and the reason why I say that is because obviously, if you remember, Danny, he went through because, and it was one of the games where obviously Tyler thought he went through because he got a last-minute goal. However, it wasn't to be. And I think that was what sort of set the standings for this tournament of you need goals. And I think that for me has got to be the sort of, other than the one that you mentioned, I'm not going to go with the same one. I think it's sort of up there for the drama that it's caused. Same with like the sort of, literally the 3-way tie that we had. So I think it's got to be that group just because of the drama that it caused. You know, Tyler thinking he's gone through, he's probably running around his house, like celebrating that draw because that's what he thought he needed. I'm actually intrigued to see if you knew that Tyler thought he won that, Raxani, because he thought that he won that with a draw because obviously it put him on level points, but he didn't know that it went down to goal difference, which I think was just crazy to think. Crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, it's not been short of any drama or entertainment, Lisa. Let's be honest here, you know, and again, there is so much still to come as well, which is so exciting. And it's been an absolute pleasure being here. It really has. And, you know, obviously the players getting involved in the chat as well. It means a lot to us because we don't get to, you know, relate to you guys on a personal level, but you guys being in here and getting involved and asking questions, it means a lot to us as well because it feels like we can get a feel for the players now as well. Going in to the finals, what a goal that is out of nowhere. Mbappe pulling a Randy Orton with an RKO. That came out of absolutely nowhere, Lisa. And we see Gira going 1-0 up here. It wasn't even a Trivela.
I mean, sipping some tea as well. I mean, sipping some tea there. I mean, personally, I wouldn't be sipping some tea. I'd be sipping some Coca-Cola because, you know, we need some hype at this time in the morning. However, yeah, that was a fantastic goal to see him go 1-0 up in the game. Look at the chat as well.
Massive
Victor says, how do you think you would perform in these groups so far? I mean, I'll start because I kind of threw you under the bus last time, but it was a great. A goal back.
We have an equalizer.
Yeah, we got. Wow. I'm trying to answer some the chat. We're seeing another goal.
Incredible. Turn of events here, Kaitu and Lisa. This is what I said. If you remember what I said at halftime, I said it's going to go one of two ways. We're going to see an early goal and the floodgates open, or it's going to be a tight game to the end, and we're going to see one goal win it. It looks like it is the earlier of the two, and the first goal has gone in, and all of a sudden we're seeing goals up the other end now. 1-1 and game on. This is anyone's game, and like I said, this is do or die for Kaitu. He needs another goal here in this game to stay in the tournament. A draw would technically be okay. It would keep him in it. However, not ideal going into his last game, and not leaving it up to himself to get the maximum points to get through. But very interesting turn of events there, and Kaitu is back in this game, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. Not ideal, you know, especially when you just scored and you basically, I'm pretty sure it was a kickoff goal, to be fair. You know, there's, you know, you go from like the emotions of FIFA is crazy. You know, he probably was just at the highest point of his life, scoring a goal there, thinking, yes, I've won it, and then literally seconds later to start losing. However, looking at the chat, obviously we go back to the question that Victor said was, how do you guys think you would perform in these groups so far? I'll start. Like I said, I threw Danny under the bus last time. To be honest with you, listening and hearing where they finish in Weekend League, that's offside, I'm pretty sure. 16 wins in Weekend League. That's basically a similar level to me and Danny. I think personally, it's just how you perform on the day. You know, you could be the best player in the world, and on the day that you play the tournament, you know, you're not feeling it, you're not playing the best. So I think personally, for me, it'd be probably close between second and first for me. But I'm probably going to say second if I was being realistic. But, you know, depending on how I perform on the day, potentially, yeah, win it. How about you, Danny?
Yeah, interesting, Lisa. I'm not going to sugarcoat it, Lisa. I beat every single one of these. Every single one of them. I will take any challenge from anyone. I am the greatest FIFA player on this earth. And if we do in future get a chance to play against you guys, you're done. Every single one of you are done, okay? All right, you would not stand a chance. It would be 6-0 every game, 6+ goal difference. All right, that's it. No chance. D-Campion is on top, okay? Bring it.
I mean, how I wish Victor never asked that question, chat. I mean, I'm literally just here smirking from side to side. I can't lie. However, looking at the chat, all the competitors are laughing, especially Raxanti. I'm reading the chat actually. AZ said, anyone playing tomorrow, I'm playing tomorrow with my Manchester City. Come on. We know the best team in Manchester is Manchester United. And we saw them top the group. Come you need to, you know, you need to, you know, pick the better side. You know, if you pick United tomorrow, you are winning. However, by the way, Raxani just said the winner of the tournament plays against Danny. I mean, I'd love to see that, especially if he loses, especially with what he just said. I would pay to watch him play that. If he loses, I'm getting my McDonald's out.
And the winner of that game gets a popcorn machine. Make it happen. Listen, all jokes aside, look, incredible competitors. You know, and we're very lucky to be here and witness it as well, at least. Very, very privileged. And, you know, I want to take a moment just to thank Bragg House, Coca-Cola, and McDonald's for giving us a chance here as well. You know, this is the beautiful thing about it. You know, everyone in the chat, you know, everyone that we've met throughout the last couple of days, you know, we never would have gotten a chance to do it unless Bragg House, McDonald's, and Coca-Cola gave us a chance to do it as well, at least. That game finishing 1-1, and a vital point for Kaitu in that game, Lisa, but a very disappointing end to the game for Gira. However, he does have that win. So, I mean, we've seen how important these one-pointers can be, Lisa, between finishing top and second. That could be a crucial point.
Yeah, it definitely can, obviously. And into the next game, I can mention, guys, I assume Chris would still be with his favourite PSG team. I'm not 100% sure, but if it is, I mean, chat, I predicted it. Chris is going all the way. Obviously, this is against Diogo, the game that we actually wanted to see, right?
Yeah, well, Lisa, I can inform you that Chris is actually losing this game 2-1. He is Real Madrid, and Diego is PSG. So it seems as though Diego has taken what you said personal, and he has made it his life goal to ruin your prediction here, Lisa. And, you know, we could be looking at a top-of-the-table clash here. We are looking at a top-of-the-table clash here, really, Lisa. You know, going into the final game, whoever wins here is putting themselves in a great position to go through. You know, I would love to see a draw. I'm sorry. I'm a man of the people. The neutrals want to see a draw, and then they want to see it go to goal difference in the final game if both players win. It's what we all want to see, Lisa. I'm just saying what people are thinking, okay?
I mean, I think, like I mentioned, or like you mentioned, I think Diego might have took that personal. However, it's a good thing in a way. It gives him a bit of motivation to think, hang on a minute, I'm going to win this game. I'm going to come in the chat and Lisa, I'm going to come for you and tell you was in the wrong. However, I mentioned that he was a good player, obviously, within that first game. Pretty sure it was 3-0, if I'm not mistaken. 4-2 even. And obviously Chris won 3-0 in the first game. So it's one of those things where they're both good players. And it's just about who performs on the day in the game that they're on. And I mean, it seems like a close game, 2-1. However, like you mentioned, we all want to be seeing 2-2 and a potential chance to make it 2-2. I mean, what a challenge that was.
Yeah, big tackle there. And it is in the dying embers of this game as well, Lee. So Chris has to pull something out of the bag here to at least get a point, to give himself a chance in the final game to go through. Just looking at it right now, Lisa, you know, as you said there, Diego won 4-2 in the first game. So that gives him a plus goal difference of 2, and Chris won 3-0. So if this does end up a draw, Chris is going into the final game 1+ in goal difference. So, you know, he knows that a win would essentially, or could essentially put him through, depending on the result of the game at the end. But we see a ball, it's kept in by Vinny, and a header, and it's hit straight at Donnarumma, and we are going to see a little bit of gamesmanship here and keeping of the ball, and nearly a big mistake from Donnarumma and Diego there. Maybe a little bit of nerves creeping in as we come into the last minute, and he's giving the ball away. Very silly, and it's Vinny who's in. He takes a shot, and it's a big save from Donnarumma, and Vinny drops to the ground, as well as Chris, I am sure. That was the opportunity to get this goal, but we have one last attack here, Lisa. He's going to have to be good with it, and he does it. He gives the ball away cheaply, and the referee blows the whistle, and Diego is victorious in this game. And I have to say, Lisa, that chance at the end was the one for Chris. Like, that was it. That was his golden ticket to bring this game into the last, or to bring this group into the last game and leave himself potentially with a chance to get out of it.
Yeah, I actually wanted to mention, I don't know if you heard that as well, but at the end of the game, I heard Gigi's man over the, I'm speaking obviously in the game, which just shows sportsmanship, and obviously congratulations to Diego there for coming out with a 2-1 win. I'm going to have to send you a little letter in the post, a massive, sincere apology, obviously coming out with a win there. It was a great game, obviously hard done by there, Chris, in terms of having the last opportunity there, but it comes down to being clinical and taking your opportunities when you get them, and he didn't, and it's as simple as that. Obviously that could go down to haunt him, but I'm pretty sure in terms of the group stands at the moment, obviously that puts Chris winning the game, losing the game. However, I mean, can he still potentially get out of the game if Diego drops a point? It's interesting because if it goes between them two, he's lost against him, so he won't. So I think he needs a miracle to get out of the group in terms of Diego dropping a game when he's looking very, very strong.
Yeah. Diego with a massive win there, to see it out. His heart must have been in his mouth when he's seen himself give. I've done it so often myself, Lisa, you know, in the last minute of the game, you just want to get the ball away from the goal, and you kind of don't realize what you're doing. You press X, and all of a sudden you've given it away in your own half, 1 minute to go, and you just think to yourself, oh no, here we go. It's going to be a last minute goal to ruin all my hard work. But thankfully, that man who is on fire today, by the way, Donnarumma in goal, made himself big, and he has the keeper to thank for this one.
Yeah, he sure does. I think if he wins the $1,000 on the weekend, he's going to have to send $500 of that to his goalkeeper, because, I mean, I don't think he's getting paid enough, to be honest with you, with the saves that he's making. I mean, it's outstanding, and that's why we're seeing a lot of the teams using Courtois in Real Madrid and PSG in terms of, obviously, Donnarumma. But it's very interesting, actually, to see Keylor Navas not being used. I know, obviously, automatically, I assume it does put Donnarumma in, but that it is down to preference, isn't it, really?
Yeah, well, I mean, like I said, I used Donnarumma, and he's definitely the stronger of the two. I've used both of them just to see. He's definitely the stronger of the two in this year's game, and fantastic goalkeeper in real life as well. I actually got a downgrade from last year, which is really weird. He was at 89 last year. It's actually an 88 to this year, so quite strange as to why. I don't know why they would have done that, but yeah, look, we've seen him coming up clutch again. Goalkeepers are playing a massive part, and two very, very good games, you know, again, that we covered there, Lisa, and leaving it tight again in these groups as we find ourselves near the latter stages of both. We have one game left in both groups, and I'm just going to go through the standings here, Lisa, as we speak. So in Group Okay, we have, after 2 games, Gira on 4 points, sitting pretty at the top. We have Vision Killer on 3 points with a +1 goal difference. We have Andreas on 3 points with a -1 goal difference, and Kaitu on 1 point. So it is looking like it's going to go into the last game there in that group. And as I look now, we do have Gira versus Andreas, and we have Vision Killer versus Kaitu. So must-win games for everyone in that group going in to the last. And just to update you on the situation in Group L, Diego with that win over Chris puts him high and mighty at the top of that group with 6 points. Chris Shen is what I was going to say. Chris Shen with 3 points in second place. Ace with 1 point with a -2 goal difference, and Istanbul with 1 point with a -3. So unfortunately, I'm pretty sure, at least, that does mean that that group is kind of set. You know, even if Chris wins, the head-to-head tie is going to come into play, and Diego is going to go through anyway, so they can relax. Diego can relax at least, and, you know, it's very unlucky for Chris there, really, you know, having to lose that game. And the fact that that game came kind of before the last game, right? Because if both of them had won their second games, having not met each other yet, it would have set us up for a head-to-head tiebreaker on who goes through.
Yeah, exactly. You sort of mentioned like the perfect, which would have been the perfect, which would obviously been the draw in that game, and it was like this close to obviously becoming a draw with that last opportunity there, which would have literally made us get the popcorn out, because the last game would have meant so much to both of these. However, Diego obviously coming out and winning that game is going to be massive for him, and like you mentioned, I'm pretty sure no one else can catch him. It'll be a miracle at this stage. So, I mean, my prediction's been wrong. I mean, I think it's one of the first times I'm a bit upset, guys. I mean, wow, maybe I'm going to have to go with Diego now.
Well, listen, you're a glory hunter. It makes sense being a Man United supporter. But listen, guys, we are going to go to a quick commercial break before we bring you the last bit of action. I am hyped for this one. Okay, thank you so much for being with us, and we will be right back.
Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose.
come move around like the first rush when the school is out, when the booze is up, when the sun is down. Enjoy the ride, catch some pillows in the Chevy. Slide a dial, lay low, hitting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready.
And welcome back, everybody. We are into the first half. It's just ended the first half between Kaitu and Vision Killer, of course, in this final game in Group K. Obviously, we have basically a last game shootout again, Lisa. It's a common theme in these group stages at the minute. We are seeing Vision Killer 3-1 up, which will mean he will be on 6 points with 3 games played, and depending on how the game is going with Andreas, actually it doesn't matter. Vision just needs to win to actually top this group. No, correction, Gira on 4 points. I'm sorry guys, a lot is going on, okay? But yeah, Gira needs to win. If Gira wins, he goes through on 7 points. If Vision Killer wins and Gira doesn't get a win, he goes through as his head-to-head with Andreas. Vision 1-6-4, so it doesn't matter what the score is in that unless Gira wins. So it's a must-win game for Vision and Gira, and of course if Andreas wins and Vision loses, then Andreas will go through. So a lot going on. I'm as confused as you guys, okay?
Did you guys understand that? I mean, there was a lot to take in, I can't lie. But yes, that is the case. I mean, he got there in the end, chat, and chat, you know, we've got to allow him. It is 5:38 a.m. and he has been doing a lot of things today. You know, he's not as lucky as me being able to wake up a little bit more later and a lot more later than what he did. However, moving on. Yes, I mean it's a crazy group. Let's be honest. It's sort of like the group that you mentioned yesterday in terms of it coming down to the last game. I mean, crazy. I think depending on how it goes, you know, we've seen a couple of groups where it's come down to the last game and the person that should we expect to come out of the win loses, and then it comes out to literally the last game. I think we've had that a couple of times now, and yeah, I mean it's crazy just to think, and it just shows how good these competitors are, and you know they're sort of cancelling out each other. I think it's just crazy. You know, we see the level, and I feel like probably both me and you coming into this didn't expect this level. I mean, we expected it to be good, but probably not this good, right?
Yeah, it's been fantastic. It's been an absolute pleasure to call it, and I have to say it's just, you know. I'm baffled every night we sit here and cast these games, Lise, because something different happens every single night. We're not met with the same situations. We're not met with the same, you know, kind of outcomes. Everything is happening at rapid speed as well, and trying to keep up with it has been a task, but it's been absolutely fantastic as we see Vision go through and make it 4-1. So as it stands, Lise, you know, it's looking like Vision is doing all he can here to really solidify his place in the finals. He's doing his part. Obviously, we have to kind of find out what's going on in the other game between Andreas and Gira, you know, to know really what the standings are, because Gira has to win that game, and if he does go through. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's going on over there as well, as we see Vision get through again with a fantastic through ball, and he makes it 5-1. He is solidifying his goal lead and giving himself the best chance possible to go through here. And we will bring you up to date on the Andreas game as well as we move forward, just to keep you guys in the loop. But for now, we are here with Vision, and it looks like, Lisa, he's really doing all he can to give himself the best chance to go through to the finals on Saturday.
Yeah, I definitely think he's been listening to us, hearing us talk about goal difference, but a potential chance for a 5-2 comeback. However, he is offside.
Yeah, he's doing a fantastic job here. Vision has played a great tournament so far. Again, Lise, I'm kind of stuck between having to see one of these competitors go out. You know, we said about Tyler, we said about the last couple of games as well, last couple of groups. You know, it's so hard to see some of these guys go out of the tournament, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we can actually hear one of the competitors talking in the game chat at the moment. I don't know if you guys can hear it, obviously, when we're not speaking in between. You can hear him saying, oh, there we heard him say, oh, not again, because obviously he must have tried to skip the animation there from the goal kick and unfortunately has passed it. We have done it many times, haven't we, Danny, where we've accidentally, you know, wanted to just skip through the replays, and then we click the A button or the X button, depending on what console we're on, and we basically concede a goal because of it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've done it numerous times and it's been very, very costly. As we see, another mistake there. I think Kaitu just kind of, was relaxed now. Kind of, they know that this game is kind of over, and it's tough when you're 5-1 down in a game like that. It's very, very tough. However, ladies and gentlemen, the other great game in Group K is underway. We're 25 minutes in. This is Andreas versus Gira. Both players needing to win. However, it is looking like Andreas, even if he does win, will not go through, as he'll be on level points with Vision Killer, and Vision Killer won their head-to-head. So it is all down to Gira, and if he can get this win, if he manages to get the 3 points, he will finish top of the group with 7 points. Vision Killer will miss out on 6 points. It is all down to this game, Lisa, as Vision Killer looks like he's locked up that win over there. However, we do see a goal for Andreas, which puts a spanner in the works, Lisa. Gira is on the verge of going out if he can't pull this game back.
Yes, and that is crazy. I feel like coming into it. Hang on, a potential chance again to go 2-0 up. Wow.
Wow, that's a big chance.
Must chance. A must-take chance is... Well, I'm speechless. I mean, I might as well let you take it. I mean, what am I saying?
Absolutely incredible scenes, and Gira could count himself lucky he's not 2 goals down there, and he really needs to pull his game together if he wants to go through to the finals on Saturday, Lisa, and have a chance of winning that $1,000. It's in his hands. We can do no more for him, Lisa, other than tell him that if he wins this game, he is through to the finals, and it's just down to him now. But if I was Gira right now, I would be panicking. I'd take a breath. Maybe even take a pause, Lisa. I know halftime is coming up, but I would take the full 30 to 40 seconds, really just gather myself, because this is a big 45 minutes on the horizon here for him. It really is down to him on whether he goes through. And, at the minute, from what we've seen, Andreas is on top.
Yeah, exactly. Andreas is currently on top, but you do got to, cast your memory back to yesterday when we saw Biscuit Teen, got to keep mentioning them. Using United, however, it wasn't about using United. It was the fact that they went down a couple of goals or a goal down and ended up bringing it back to a draw or a win. They scored literally a last minute to win and top the group. So you got to remember, like you mentioned, only 1 goal. I mean, it could have been 2, but I got a bit fortunate. However, 1 goal is very easy in FIFA to come back from. Obviously, depending on the opponent you're against, but all it takes is that bit of momentum, get the next goal, and you could see yourself taking the game. And what a
this
ball
is a big chance that he could find himself back in the game here if he gets it right, and he does. It is 1-1. Gira finds a ball over the top. He bulldozes his way through, and he has the composure to dink the ball over Courtois into the net. 1-1. Gira is coming for blood in this second half, Lisa. He can smell the finals. Again, it's all down to him on whether he can get through this very, very resilient Andreas defense. But what a game we're set up to see here for the final game in this group, and essentially a one-off game, winner takes all here.
Yeah, and we talk about it. It goes down to being clinical. Prior to that goal, we did see Andreas really with an opportunity that you expect to go in 95% of the time. And it wasn't to be. They hit the crossbar, and now they see themselves in a situation where it's now 1-1 instead of being 2-0 up, which we know in FIFA 2-0 up, can either be really good or it can be really bad in terms of the momentum shift and if you can see the next goal self-doubt. However, 1-1 now is all in, like you mentioned, Gira's hands, because now they get a bit of momentum. They think, yep, I've got this. They get a bit of confidence, and you never want your opponent to get some confidence.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is absolutely game on here, Lisa. 45 minutes for Gira to do the business. He needs a goal. He needs to win this game. Goal difference doesn't matter. He will go through on points if he can manage to get the win. But a big mistake at the start of this half. Benzema flies through. Can he get the shot away? He can. Absolutely fantastic defending. Last-ditch tackle to keep the scores at 1-1. But a little bit of a nervy start there for Gira at the start of this half, Lisa.
Yeah, exactly. And what a chance that was there. We talk about taking your chances. And, I mean, I don't think there was anything else that he could have done there. I mean, I think it was just a lovely challenge. However, a risky one. But I guess at the situation that he was in there, it was a must. It was like do or die. If you don't do that, they're going to score. So it was a risk that needed to be taken. Unfortunately, it worked.
Yeah, absolutely. And we are seeing Gira here with a shot, and it was a Travella from outside the box, seeing how effective they can be. Maybe just rushing it a little bit, least, knowing that he needs this goal. The mentality, the panic will be setting in earlier than usual in a game like this. And I just think he needs to be composed and be very, very confident of his ability, because he is a great player, as we've seen. But we are seeing Andreas open up this defense a lot and finding a lot of space. Some good intricate pass, and Benzema gets into some space. But again, at the last second, Gira finds a way to stop the attack, and very much end-to-end. This is what we expect from the last game, right? End-to-end stuff, both players knowing they need to win. You know, Andreas subsequently is unfortunately out because of the head-to-head with Vision. However, I'm sure he doesn't know that unless he's listening simultaneously as he's playing. But, you know, it changes nothing to his mindset. He still wants to win this game and give himself a chance. But, you know, Gira really, time is not his friend right now. And the more that clock runs down, the more pressure gets piled on. And Donnarumma again, Lisa, coming up with some vital saves. He has been amazing today, more so than any other day of the tournament.
Yeah, I think he's probably been the best throughout the tournament. However, today, I mean, I think if he was at 10% at the start of the tournament in terms of in the list of who the better goalkeepers, but I think it's been close between him and Courtois. Probably, you know, 10% to him, 8% to Courtois. It's now 100%. It's now 100% Donnarumma, let's be honest, because he's made 16 saves in one game alone, let alone throughout the whole tournament so far. So these corners are very deadly, by the way, so far. And what a save again!
My God, and another mistake though, Lisa gives it back to Valverde in the box. He finds it to the end line, and again Donnarumma with the save. And that is 5 saves in the space of 5 FIFA minutes, Lisa. Donnarumma coming to the aid of Gira. And listen, Lisa, you know, I live by a saying, and the saying goes, I'd rather be lucky than good, right? So right now Gira is getting lucky. He needs to pull this out of the bag, all right, because Donnarumma is saving him right now. He needs to take a breath. I would be taking a pause right now, maybe gather myself, maybe even make a substitution, maybe a formation change, maybe go constant press, because the draw's not good enough, Lise. He has to go for it here. Both players have to go for it, you know, so there's no point, you know, kind of sitting on our laurels. You have to go for it. Let's see some all-out attacking play from both sides, as we do there with the header and a save for Courtois. It's the battle of the goalkeepers.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth there. That's what I was going to say, the battle of the goalkeepers. You know, it's been mainly Donnarumma in this game, but, you know, all it takes is that one chance for your opponent to score, and that was a clutch save from Courtois, let's be honest. But, I mean, it seems like, you know, one player does really well for a certain amount of chunk of the game, and then it just seems to flip. Now we're seeing, on the flip side, Gira, you know, from getting dominated for the last 15 minutes in-game time to now be on the break, and a potential... That was a risky challenge, and I know it's with Rudiger going now, good he is, but if that was slightly wrong, it's a penalty. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. He timed that to perfection, but we do see them come off badly sometimes, and we see now Andreas on the attack, 1v1, good tackle, and breaks down the attack, and it's very much literally attack after attack. As we see Mbappe go through here, does he have the composure? He's gone for the chip, and he doesn't get enough on it. Courtois coming out, closing the angle, maybe just a little bit of panic set in, and he didn't get enough on that chip, Lise.
I mean, I guess maybe like, I don't even know what to say, man. That was crazy. I mean, you could potentially say bottled in a way, but I think in that position, that's what you do. You see how far the goalkeeper was off his line. He just, unfortunately, didn't put enough power on it. And sometimes that can happen under the pressure that you're on. You know, you panic in a way, right? You think, oh my God, the goalkeeper's off the line. And then, you know, I've done it several times where I've gone through on goal and you sort of been gifted. You think, oh my God, this is easy. I'm going to score this. And then you just don't put enough power on it. And
that is a killer blow to Gira's chances at progressing from this group. Absolutely fantastically taken goal outside of the boot. Valverde on the edge of the box, and with 13 FIFA minutes left to play, Lisa, Gira is going to need a miracle to come back and finish top. I know Vision is probably watching this right now, licking his lips saying, I'm going through here. Andres is doing him a favor. However, Gira may still have something to say in this tie.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it's just about bragging rights. I mean, obviously, if Andres wins this, you know, 6 points, unfortunately, he doesn't, like you mentioned, he doesn't go out of the group. I don't know whether he knows that, obviously, because of the loss that he does. He just thinks he's on 6 points, joint 6 points, right? But I just, you know what, it's crazy because I was actually reading the chat just before that goal went in, and we had, you know, Real type in 5 saves, insane. Who are you going for to win this?
That's
And
it. He's back
potentially
in.
a
Sorry to
chance.
cut in on you, Lisa, but Gira has brought a goal back with 7 minutes to play. It is going down to the wire in Group K. Vision Killer watching on. He must be holding his head in his hands right now. Andreas had it for him. He was winning this group with the score at 2-1. He's still winning it at 2-2, but Gira is giving himself a fighting chance going into this final part of the game, Lisa. I cannot tell you which way this is going to go, but I just feel like there's going to be another goal in this tie.
Yeah, there definitely is. The 5 in-game minutes, we're definitely probably going to be seeing constant pressure. Let's be real. And especially with PSG, if he can get into the position from the edge of the box, Travella, Messi, left foot, Neymar, and Mbappe, is going to be deadly. And I think there definitely will be a goal in this game. And every time I try to read the chat, guys, something happens. It's almost like I'm not meant to read the chat. However, obviously now we've got to pause. I might as well say it. Roarks Victor, who are you going with this one? He said, I'm going with Guerra. And then Victor said, too many PSG victories. I'm going for the underdog, Andres. So, yeah, it's end-to-end. Also, AZ typed. Andres is from my college, so I'm supporting Andres. We love to see some fellow support for your college student as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely love to see the support from all colleges that these fantastic competitors are representing, of course, in this tournament. And Andreas overruns the ball. Now, Lisa, it is business time of this game. 5 minutes left. Gira has 5 minutes to salvage himself and get into the finals on Saturday. This is it. All or nothing. All the marbles on the table. This is it, Lisa. He has to go for it.
He sure does, and a potential chance there. I thought he was going to score an own goal with the power of that pass then.
Wow.
Bit of pressure, you could say there, but there's going to be one more chance in this game, and we do know the last kick of the game is what a lot of players go for. Are they going to go for the last kick of the game, or is he going to try and go for it early and potentially not work out for him? Let's see. We know sometimes at this stage, if you lose it, there's a chance for a counter-attack. And is that going to happen? He's won the ball back, and he's given away the last chance. Danny, take it away.
Yeah. 2 minutes left, Lisa, and this is it. It is virtually all or nothing, Lisa. Gira has to get the ball up the pitch. He has to go for it. He finds himself down the flank. He's going to play it into Mbappe. Mbappe is on the run now. He does a heel-to-heel. He gets in. It's Neymar. He's gone for the dig, but he's hit it straight at Courtois, and that was it. Lisa, he had the chance. It was in his hands. He had the goal at his mercy. He opted to go for a chip shot to get the ball past Courtois, but him being 6'5" is a massive factor to chip shots, and I just feel that if he'd done a ball roll, Lisa, or even a touch past him, he would have had an empty net to score into, and he would have been calling himself a finalist in this SoCal FIFA event. That was absolutely mental. I need to take a breath real quick, Lisa.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think I'm going to have to leave. A goal that we see there, obviously 6-2. I think it's going to be a game, set, and match anyway. But we're going to have to carry on talking about the last game for a couple more minutes, to be honest. But yeah, I think it's just down to composure and being panicky, knowing that it's your last chance of the game. We talk about, having the best goalkeepers, and it's about goalkeepers that win you matches. You don't think about it too much. But, we've seen Donnarumma's masterclass throughout the last couple of games. And another chance there. Diego is on fire right now, and I think it's just crazy to think that it goes down to fine margins. And he got into the position that he needed to be in, but you could say the wrong decisions. But like I mentioned, under pressure, you don't think straight, and unfortunately, he sails out because of that. But what a game that was for the neutral to watch. Let's be honest. But wow.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I just want to make a correction there. Diego has been PSG, but he's actually Man City in this game, believe it or not, Lisa. He's losing 7-2 now. Well, listen, he's already through. So, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter because he won his head-to-head with Chris. He's already through, so he's probably relaxed. Istanbul obviously going for blood here with the 7-2 victory, and a little bit of pride kind of taken back from Istanbul as well here. He'll finish on 4 points after this. A win and a draw and a loss. It's not the worst. It's not the worst result in the world. He's done really well, and he's beaten the group leader as well, Lise. And a very good power shot there as well. You know, maybe, you know, Istanbul is thinking if he had played like this from the start, he would have had a great chance to proceed in this group. But, you know, you got to start well and you've got to end well, Lisa, you know. And Diego, of course, is already through. So he's probably just chilling, you know, having a bit of fun, using Man City as well, you know, chilling, getting a feel for a different team. And, you know, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at the end of the day. You know, he's through. He is a finalist. And so is Vision Killer as well, by the way, who has gone through due to Aguirre drawing that game. So the final standings, Lisa, we have to talk about them, okay? Incredible ending to the night. We had two incredible groups at the start. We had two incredible groups at the end. It's just non-stop. It's absolutely non-stop. And let me go through the group standings as they are right now. So Vision Killer has finished top of the group in Group K. He has finished with 6 points. Gira obviously drawing that last game. He finishes on 5. Andreas respectively on 4 and K2 on 1. In Group L, Diego finishes on 6 points alongside Chris, who of course lost his head-to-head to Diego. So unfortunately, that does come into play and Diego goes through. Istanbul on 4 points and Ace Sapito on 1 point. Incredible scenes again, right until the last minute, Lisa. Like in that Gira game, he had the chance at the end. He had the chance at the end, and I just feel like if that chance came like in the middle of the game, he would have been a little bit more composed, right? Like it's one of those moments where you think, this is it, I'm through here. It's Neymar through on goal, Courtois bearing down on him. Just take a touch past him or a ball roll, a little bit of composure, and it's an open net.
Yeah, I think I agree. I think also it's also down to credit to Andrews. I think he also brought his goalkeeper out. We know how good goalkeepers are in a 1v1 situation. And obviously the pressure that Gira was in, I just think he didn't really take the best way of scoring. Obviously, you mentioned about doing the ball roll around the goalkeeper, but I mean, we mentioned about Donnarumma and how he's been in this tournament. 6'5" in the 1v1 situations, he's always. I mean, realistically, he's going to come out on top, isn't he? And he did in that situation. But I mean, yeah, it's been some crazy groups. Let's be honest. I think Diego there. I mean, I think he wanted to troll me there. Thinking he was 7-2 up. Bigging him up this time and. It wasn't to be lost, but I think it's a great to be in that sort of situation where you guaranteed to be through instead of having the pressure to actually need to win the game. And that's obviously credit to him, obviously beating Chris, who, well, me personally thought was going to go through. But also, I did mention earlier when Fly was playing in the first game against Chris, I noticed that he was a really good player, and it just showed that in the last game. It's just a shame that he wasn't consistent throughout to actually top the group, because I think he was another contender to top the group.
Absolutely, yeah. So, listen, it's been a fantastic night of action again. I'm just going to bring up some brags that were completed, Lisa. The all-important brags for them two groups. So, Group K, how many times will gamers succeed to keep a clean sheet? The answer was 2. So, congratulations if you predicted that. Another Group K one. How many points will the gamer finish at the top of this group have? 6 points was the answer to that. So, congratulations if you predicted that as well. And Group L, brag complete. What will be the goal difference for the gamer finishing at the top of this group? And that was the magic number 3. So congratulations to everyone who collected their tokens and their brags tonight. We have another one as well from Group L. How many gamers will score more than 3 goals in a single game? That answer is the magic number 3 as well. So congratulations, guys, on all of you who collected your tokens and your brags. And don't forget that we are going to be having plenty more brags up for grabs and tokens up for grabs throughout the week. So make sure and download the app, get involved. Some incredible prizes to be won. Lisa, AirPods, the popcorn machine. I'm getting my hands on it, I promise. And of course, we have some other goodies as well, bags, etc. too. Listen, Lisa, fantastic groups. We're just going to go through the final standard in Group L. Diego at 6 points. Head-to-head tiebreaker over Chris. You had Chris pipped to win that group after the first game that we've seen. And listen, I don't think many people can argue with you. We've seen Diego. He was a great player. But Chris, he was doing a lot to kind of catch the eye, right? With the 5-star skills. The green time finish at the end with Modric seemed to be something that really caught your eye as well.
Yeah, exactly. He showed, character and the way that he played as well. Obviously, like you mentioned, he was doing things that you see pros doing a lot, Trivella's, green time shots, the way he was defending, player switching as well.
Yeah.
It definitely caught the eye. And I think like you mentioned, it just comes down to how you perform on the day and also the game that you play. You know, we've seen even in the last game, we saw a 7-2 victory for Fly. Maybe you could say maybe he let his foot off the gas because he knew that he went through. However, we know how good Chris is, and not Chris. We know how good Diego is. On the flip side, obviously topping the group, and he tops it for a reason because he's good, right? And even winning 7-2 against him, even with letting his foot off the gas a little bit, shows how good he was. And I think it just shows that you need to perform every game you play. You can't let your foot slip any time because, you know, even if you lose a game and then you win the next two, if the person that you lost that game to wins 2 games as well, then you're out of the competition. Even if you've won 14-0 and 16-0, you know. So it's just crazy to think.
Yeah, it is dog eat dog. And listen, Lisa, this is why we do it, though, right? I mean, only the best of the best should proceed into the finals to be in with a chance to win this $1,000. It's a lot of money, right? So I like to say the cream always rises to the top. However, it is difficult to say that in a situation like this where you see someone like Chris go out. We've seen Tyler go out also, right? And it's very difficult to see players of this standard go out very kind of unlucky, right? In terms of like their grouping, right? So like you could say that some of them games could have been a final. You know, I mean, there were such high level of games. So, I mean, it's very difficult to see players of that caliber go out, but it just shows you the level of these groups, Lise.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not even just happened in one group. We've had a couple of groups now where it's come down to the last game. It just shows the level of these competitors. However, I am reading the chat, and AZ just put in the chat, this is fighting talk, by the way, I'll be taken first in my group tomorrow. Remember the name, Lalo JOF77. I mean, that's fine talk. I mean, if you don't get top tomorrow, I mean, I'm taking a screenshot of that and I'll be bigging you up. I mean, you said you're using Manchester City, so you might be a little bit more further down my list. However, I like it. You know, confidence. You know, that's that he's showing confidence. And after today, let us know in the chat what you think of the competition.
I respect it. Look, it's the decamp mentality, Lisa. I will beat you all, okay? That is the mentality that I have. You have to have that if you're going to get out of these groups, guys. As we've seen, it's so tough. It really is so tough. But listen, guys, we're going to go to a quick commercial break. We are going to be back in a minute with an interview as well. So do not go anywhere. We're going to be hearing from one of the competitors. We'll be right back.
I told her I wasn't going to do it.
Here you go, ladies. I got 1 Sprite and 1 High C.
Thanks, but we didn't order these.
Compliments to the gentleman.
Thank you. His mom raised him right.
Now's a great time for an ice-cold Coca-Cola from McDonald's.
Have you heard? Braghouse now has even more ways to earn bragging rights on streams. Introducing Braghouse Tokens. These tokens can be redeemed for prizes within our e-store on the Braghouse app. Earning Braghouse tokens is simple. All you have to do is place a game stat prediction on tokenized brags. You will win 1 Braghouse token for every correct prediction you placed. You can also earn Braghouse tokens by placing at the top of our leaderboards. Once you earn Braghouse tokens, go to the Braghouse store on our app and redeem some awesome prizes.
Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh, girl, your love for me, it's calling me, so I'm calling you. Love, give me life to find. I long for your company. Oh, girl, your love for me is a part of me, my biology. It won't be over till the fat lady sings. I owe you a trip, cause me and you, we got a thing. My sunshine state, hair curly like a string. Just a big ol' ooh, smile, that's about all you gotta bring. So enjoy the ride, got some pillows in the Chevy. Swagger darling, low getting heavy. Take your time, let me know when you're ready. Couple months I've been messing with you steady. Open for plans tonight. Lost in the afterglow. Oh,
forever, but you long gone, it don't matter. Ride or die, that's been the deal. The light of your body disappear. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man. Back and I'm better. You had to go back where you came from, now you're bitter. Out of sight, out of mind for real. Yeah, I wouldn't wanna be you for real. But if you don't play that for me, I'm out of it, I'm out of it. I lick my gun and then I'm done. I'm out of it, I'm out of it. No man to tell me you're no good. I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, of my shoulders. Done with my cigarette, and when all the smoke is clear, I'm brushing away to you, the weight of you, the weight of you. Don't need a no man.
Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am joined by a very special guest. Chris, how are you doing? And it is lovely to come face to face with you after seeing what you could do on a virtual pitch. How are you feeling? And obviously, Chris, tell the people who you are and what university you were representing tonight.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris, and I'm currently in UC Irvine. Yeah,
Beautiful, Chris.
business
Listen,
econ and
Chris.
business school.
Listen, absolutely fantastic. Chris, look, Lisa is heartbroken. Okay, I don't know if you were listening to the broadcast. Were you listening during the
I
gameplay?
listen to. Yeah, listen. Yeah,
Brilliant. Well,
thanks for your
look,
support.
Lisa's very heartbroken. She put all her marbles on you, and it just wasn't to be. You know, I mean, the question is, look, you put on a great show, and it came down to that head-to-head tie, right? And very difficult way to go
Yeah.
out. And you know, would you do anything differently next time? Would you do anything differently? And also, like, going into that game, were you aware that this head-to-head could actually play a factor in going through or not?
Yeah, if I could start over again, I mean, like the first goal I lost is like at the start of the second half. I didn't pay much attention on Mbappe, so I just, yeah, I may pay too much. I didn't pay too much attention on Mbappe, so yeah, maybe do better on my defense and more clinical on the offensive side and less hesitate. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
that's what it is.
sometimes I
And we've
just
seen
think too
throughout.
much. Yeah. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, well, that's the thing, the hard thing is that, in these tournaments, people don't understand the pressure as well. It's a round robin tie. However, if you lose a game, it is very difficult to go through, so essentially it is like a knockout kind of round robin format, because a lot of players, they lose games and the head to head comes into play, and it's very, very difficult. And I mean, the main thing is, I guess, did you have fun? I mean, I think it's been a fantastic tournament.
Yeah, of course.
And everybody seems to be having a good time, and the main thing is that you have fun. So I hope you had fun. And I don't know if you were in the chat, Chris, but we were doing loads of raffles as well. And did you win anything? Did you win any raffles or anything in the chat today?
Not yet. I didn't. Yeah,
No,
I
not
didn't
yet. Well,
engage
listen,
it.
Chris, look, I'm sure we're going to be able to get something for you just for coming on here as well. We'll be able to get you some merch or something like that. I'll sort it out with the good people behind the scenes, and we'll be able to sort you out with that. Listen, do you have anyone you want to give a shout out to? Do you know any other competitors in this tournament? Are you friends with anyone, close to anyone that you think may, be able to go far in it? Any upcoming group stages or anything like that?
No, but of course, shout out to Diego. Yeah, he had a great
Diego,
game against me.
yes.
Yeah. Good
Yeah,
luck
well,
to him.
I mean, Chris, if I was you, I'd be hoping he goes on to win it now, because then I could say I got knocked out to the
Yeah,
winner,
of
right?
course.
That's how I'd be thinking,
Yeah,
right? Listen, the thing is, yeah, Lisa had you back, and Chris, I have to say as well, I was very impressed with your gameplay as well, from the green time shots to the skill moves. I thought you were a very, very good player, and I'm just kind of wondering what's kind of your do you play foot champs? What's your record of foot champs?
Yeah. I played first champ for like 3 years. Yeah, since
Okay.
FIFA 19, I think. Yeah, maybe
Right,
like
and what's
yeah, most likely
yeah.
like 11 or 14 wins. But yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. It depends kind of as well on the rewards and stuff as well. But look, Chris, you've
Yeah,
been absolutely fantastic. It's such a shame to see you go out. You're a great competitor, but hopefully we'll see you again in future events. I know we definitely do plan on putting on some more events, so it would be great to see you take part in them as well. And I hope you had a good time.
Of course, absolutely.
Absolutely, Chris. Thank you so
Completely,
very much.
completely.
It has been a pleasure to talk to you, and hopefully we'll see you again in the chat cheering on your fellow students.
Yeah, of course. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Absolutely fantastic. Lisa, of course, your GOAT there, your Pip to top the table. It just wasn't meant to be for Chris. And, you know, he's obviously a good player, you know, finishes 11 to 14 wins on Foot Champs. It's not an easy feat.
Yeah, exactly. You even mentioned, obviously, with the Green Time stuff that he did. You know, he's a great player, and he obviously said that he's been playing Foot Champs for 3 years. So it shows that he's been playing FIFA while doing his studies, which is amazing, you know. And I think commiserations to him, obviously, narrowly missing out. But it's great to see, you know, he's still supporting Diego, although he got beat by him, which I think is amazing. You know, I think, you know, we see a lot of them speaking to each other in chat as well. Sort of like Nathan said yesterday that he's going to make a couple of friends, you could say for life as well, especially as they're from in and around the area. Maybe they can even meet up in real life. So I think it's a great tournament that Bragg House are putting on, and obviously shout out to McDonald's and Coca-Cola for sponsoring it, because without that it wouldn't be possible, really, would it?
Absolutely, Lisa. Couldn't have said it better myself. And it's been a fantastic night again. And listen, I guess there's not really much else to do, Lisa, than just look forward to tomorrow night. And we go again, another group stage, and the final group stage leading into the finals. And look, for all you people at home, I hope you all placed your brags tonight and won a ton of brag bucks. If you have, if you haven't, make sure you download the app to place brags on the group stages tomorrow. Until then, follow us on socials and join the Discord. Listen, Lise, it's time to close out. Another fantastic show, another fantastic group stage setting, and we do it all again tomorrow night. Listen, I'm going to sign off. It's been fantastic. I am buzzing. I can't wait for tomorrow night. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here, and the chat has been amazing. You know, as we get deeper and deeper into this tournament, it's just becoming even better and better, and the drama is just going to continue tomorrow night. Listen, folks at home, thank you so much for being here, a part of this Coca-Cola and McDonald's presented tournament, and of course Bragg House as well. I am signing off. I have been your host, Dan Campion, and Lisa, take it home.
I mean, to be honest with you, I can't say it better than what you did there. But I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, from the day one, I said, I'm going against it now. You know, I've got to. But the first day, I said nothing's going to top it in terms of, like, you know, going out the way Tyler did. And day 2, even better. Day 3, even better. I mean, amazing competitors as well, obviously supporting each other in the chat, and even the ones that have won coming in the chat, looking out to see how the competitors are and who's going to win, so they can sort of get a bit of knowledge on them. So I think it's just amazing, and I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Obviously, make sure to come in if you haven't won a giveaway somehow. I'm sure tomorrow will be your day. You know, I was speaking to a viewer that told me that he was watching and he came in today and he won. So obviously, if you haven't won already, make sure to come in tomorrow to potentially win some merch and other items. But obviously, shout out to everyone, the sponsors, the production team behind the scenes that you guys don't see. They do a great job as well. Bragg House, McDonald's, Coca-Cola. Just really appreciate you guys watching, and hopefully we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thank you very much for watching.
Absolutely. Good night.